Okay. Well, you know what? The fun part of the internet not working at when I got started this morning. This is we're now a little bit late, but you know what? Our guests this hour are two fantastic people, and we're going to have them come on at the same time. They're both under a little bit of time restraint, but both of them have a wonderful message. And Joe, who just recently we reconnected with, is a life coach, and she tells it like it is. Everybody needs a life coach. You want to know what a life coach is? Go to the little QR code that you see right up there. Go to where it says give butter. Go into our silent auction and bid, and you might be the winner of the life coach session with Joe. So I had to move the camera down. I found myself doing this a little bit, stretching my head out, and I don't need to stretch out much right now. So, but anyway, hey, I want to make sure that I send this out right away. Thank you to everyone who has supported this mission. Every single one of you who have watched, every single one of you who have commented, every single one of you who are continuing to share this out. Make sure that you take and you tag 4 of your friends and a nonprofit. All you got to do is put the @ sign in front of their name, tag their name, and tag a nonprofit, and you will be signed in. You'll be registered to win the trip for 2 or a family of 4 to Cancun, thanks to our friends at Sharing the Credit. So, but thank you to everyone who has supported us. And as soon as this interview is over, I've got a little video tribute to them. So, but joining us right now, a great friend, Joe Futterman, and another, he's this guy is fantastic. One of my favorite people. We live so close together, yet we just can't make it to where we can get together. It's almost disturbing. But, hopefully now that we've got the 22 hours started, we can get that to happen. But from the New York area, Joe Futterman, and from Fort Collins, Colorado, Ricky Birkenstock. How are you two doing?
Doing great, Zach. How are you?
It started out weird. I'm sitting there, and everything. I'm trying to get everything going. I wanted to clean up my little area, my little home for the day, and then all of a sudden I look down and I have no internet on the computer, and I'm like, oh boy. So I go running upstairs, and for me, running anywhere is that's kind of a chore. But I go running upstairs and unplug the modem and plug the modem back in, and I come down, still no internet, and I'm like, oh no. And so for the first hour and a half, you get to see me off my cell phone trying to do this show, and that didn't work so well. Thank God. I have Sean Winnington, who is a great friend of mine, who was able to take and pick up every time that I went from talking to doing this. So, but Sean saved my ass. But now we're up, we're running, and we're here. So, Ricky, how you doing, brother?
I am doing wonderfully. It is great to see you two this morning. Joe, I had no idea I'd be meeting you, so it is a pleasure.
Me neither, Ricky. This is a pleasant surprise. It's so nice to meet you. I'm looking forward to hearing all about you this morning.
Yes.
And you, Joe, let's get started with you.
Sure.
Let's go on ahead and talk about you. You really, you say it very matter of factly, and it's a true statement. Everyone needs a little life coaching. Tell us why.
Because we all have stuff, right? We all have things that, I don't want to say we all, because maybe there's someone out there who feels that they really don't have stuff or anything that's keeping them stuck. I've been around, a number of years. I've never met that person yet. I look forward to it. I'm not that person.
Because they're living in Hawaii in a mansion with 17 butlers and on a marshmallow cloud.
Well, Hawaii's good. The mansion doesn't always mean that you don't have stuff. Sometimes you have more stuff.
Yeah.
And the bigger the mansion, the more stuff you have.
But I mean, come on, the marshmallow cloud, the mushroom cloud. You'd really have stuff.
That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah.
That's a whole nother one I'm not really familiar with, other than lion's mane. That mushroom, I do drink that coffee. Okay. So yeah, other than that.
So what I know you focus on getting your life in order.
Mm-hmm.
What does that look like? And what does that look like when somebody first comes to you? What is the first thing that you look at and you try to say, hey, you know what? This is the first thing you need to concentrate on.
Well, most people that call me are struggling with what we refer to as executive functioning. So executive functioning is, planning, prioritizing, focusing. A lot of my clients are diagnosed, have a diagnosis of ADHD. I work with all adults, by the way. I don't work with kids. I get flooded with phone calls. And the interesting thing is it is genetic. This beautiful, creative, brilliant brain type is genetic. So if your child is diagnosed with ADHD, you might want to look at that. Chances are one of the parents is also diagnosed. So it's really about the executive function piece. Usually by the time the client comes to me, they're so super overwhelmed. They've just shut down. That's the block. So while I help people I think the phrase you used was get their life together. It's really the mind. I also teach meditation and mindfulness skills, so to speak, to quiet all of that, because people who struggle with executive function, and we are now a society that our attention span is shrinking by the minute. Thank you to beautiful technology, which is wonderful. There's a place for it, but it has made us a society of immediate gratification. We don't even have to watch commercials anymore, right? We don't even have to sit through a commercial. We have no patience. We have no focus. So I help people get that back and quiet the mind and clear the clutter up here so that they can be more productive and just have a lot more peace in life. Generally, so my first conversation is, people are just so overwhelmed today. They're really overwhelmed, don't know where to begin. And the one thing that we all seem to have in common is we're way too hard on ourselves. Way too hard on ourselves. And that's the most important piece of the work that I do, is to help people see their brilliance and understand the gift that they are. And I know that sounds so cliche and so sometimes corny, but it's true. It's so true. We're just so hard on ourselves.
And when you're hard on yourself at home, there's the old saying, leave work at work, leave home at home. And that's really, really difficult to do. I mean, and if you're not able to do that, isn't that like a form of not being, prepared, or not being laser focused on things? And can you teach somebody how to better manage that?
1,000%. 1,000%. And most of us don't know how to manage that, where we're so in our heads, and we're bombarded with more stimuli that it's just more stuff in the head. And we carry this around. We don't know how to let go of things that are cluttering our mind. It just stays up there because we don't know how to let that go. Put it up on a shelf. Sometimes we gotta deal with it later, and be where you are. Be present here. Oh my goodness, it's we're not doing that. We're all over the place, and we're missing not just not just the productivity piece, but we're missing the joy. We're missing the beauty, the simple things, because we're everywhere else but here.
Ricky, what are your thoughts on all of this that you're hearing? Because you and I have had talks before where, it takes a little while when you're growing up to figure out what your, where is my comfort zone? Where do I need to be right now to make the best of my life? What are you finding I don't want to say useful, but what are you finding helpful with what Joe is talking about?
Well, Joe is really covering a lot of excellent material. It is, I like to call discipline, and these acts of getting more present and learning to focus more. These are forms of self-care. These are forms of self-compassion. This is an act of self-love, because I don't know if you can see the little label under my name. It says Life Quality Engineer. Our experience of life requires being present for it if we're not here for it. And some of these things are uncomfortable. Joe, when you teach people to meditate, and when you first introduce someone to true mindfulness, the ability to stay with something, there is no good or bad. Thinking makes it so. So you're just there with it. You're being with it. You're learning how to exist in the beauty of discomfort. And then you also notice that it actually doesn't last that long when you don't resist it. It is a beautiful act of self-love, and it takes time, and you really have to want the best for yourself to go through these levels of discomfort. But, I have a great, brilliant engineering friend, and he says, we understand life by deltas. And, delta just means change. It's a little triangle in math. And it means if you're always used to comfort, you're always used to picking up your phone and getting these little dopamine hits and always looking for the next distraction, this distraction culture you're talking about, Joe, then you don't know what it means to sit and be present and to see what you're actually avoiding and what we're trying to get away from. And when you experience that delta for the first time, it sucks. I mean, people will say, meditation's not for me. Mindfulness isn't for me. You ask why, and it's because it doesn't feel good. And we have this confusion in our minds that says, if it doesn't feel good, it's not right, or it's not healthy. And it's not a matter of that. We all have a habit of being ourselves. We have these mental habits, these habits we're connected to. And whenever you do something new, it's unknown, and new and the unknown is uncomfortable. So it's a natural process to try something new and to find it weird, uncomfortable, icky. But, like what you're teaching, Joe, the more mindful you can be, the more you stay with the ickiness, then you can really find what works for you. And you can really embrace the delta between, oh, I'm not distracted anymore. I'm here drinking coffee, looking out the window. Look, it's a bird. Like, you're experiencing life, right?
And I think what you guys are both getting at is, and it was mentioned earlier, the immediate gratification on anything. We're no longer at a point in life. Well, we've never really been at a point in life that, it's like, here, take this one pill and all of a sudden everything's going to be different. Well, it might be for a second, if you take the right kind of pill, guess what? Yeah, the clouds are going to become purple and you're going to be on the floor, but your life is not going to immediately become different. You need to work at it. You've got to make sure that you're putting energy at it. And Joe, what's a process when somebody is expecting that immediate gratification? How do you stop them and say, no?
I have, this is a true story. Oh my goodness, Ricky, everything you said, 1,000% spot on. I had a client that when she first came to me, true story, she went like this. She says, listen, I'm a bottom line it person. Got to bottom line it for me. And I thought, oh boy. So at the end of the session, so bottom line it, what do? I said, breathe. And she looked at me. She goes, breathe. Yeah, I want you to, I think this week you need to work on taking a breath. And I made her put a Post-it note. She was in real estate, so she was in and out of a car a lot. I made her put a Post-it note in a car. I said, don't write anything on it. And every time you get in and out of the car, and I gave her some breath work to do, I want you to just take some breaths. Just leave that note there. And I think she was a little annoyed. Like, I came here to bottom line it and fix all my stuff, and you're telling me to breathe. Yeah, you need to breathe. You need to breathe because you're not here. You're just not here. And to this day, we laugh about this. She still has a Post-it note in her car. This is a few years later. It still serves as a reminder to her for something much bigger than I need to breathe. It's about coming back here. It's the whole immediate gratification thing. But yeah, that's sort of typical. We live, the whole world wants it right now because everything, we can get everything right now. People don't want to meditate because there's no immediate gratification there. The first time you sit in meditation, you're at battle with your mind constantly. And isn't that so in life? That's where the battle is. That's where the right wrong is. That's where the whole, our story, our judgment, everything is. And when you're told, okay, just sit with that and just allow for whatever's there, it makes people crazy. I can't do this. And it's so uncomfortable. That's what procrastination is. We procrastinate because whatever it is, we avoid discomfort like the plague. We do not like to be uncomfortable. And we don't have to be because, it's that constant, as Ricky said, the dopamine hit. You're in a battle with your brain that is so powerful and constantly looking for that dopamine hit. You ain't getting that dopamine hit sitting in meditation, right? But oh my goodness, when you are disciplined, as Ricky said, and when I first committed, I did a training, MBSR, and I committed to 8 weeks of daily practice, 30 minutes a day, which I still do. It was like, oh gosh. But at the end of that 8 weeks, I was like, oh, wow. I saw a subtle difference in the way I was noticing things, responding to situations. I was a very reactive person. The change is not, I never had the Oprah Winfrey aha moment, but the change is subtle. I was more mindful, more present, calmer, less reactive. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing.
Ricky, with breathing is something that sounds so easy to do, yet people mess it up all the time, don't they?
Well, I think the simple answer to that is another question. Like, how often are you conscious of your breathing?
Yeah. I actually had somebody who asked me the other day on Footprints Forward, breathe through your heart.
Hmm.
It was a focused breathing, and it was an exercise in, whoa, it really made you focus on how many different kind of breaths there are. Are you breathing through your lungs? Are you breathing from your diaphragm? Are you breathing through your mouth? So what is the difference, Ricky? What's the proper way to do this?
Wow. Well, I'd like to preface that by saying I am no expert on the breath, but there are some great resources as far as books. Like there's a book literally called Breathing. It's a fascinating book. Essentially, kind of what it breaks down to is general breathing is probably the healthiest if we're breathing through our nose. And if we're breathing deeply into our belly, that diaphragmatic breathing, we know that that activates the parasympathetic nervous system, which simply means it puts us in rest and relax. So if we're super anxious, we're really stressed, it probably means we're breathing shallow and high. So when we can slow down and breathe deep and low, then we can actually start to, calm down, rest, get back into the present moment, just like Joe teaches. And Joe, Zach, do you mind if I ask Joe a question?
Please do. That's the reason I got you both on here, is
All
to
right.
ask each other.
Joe, one of the most novel things that hit me in this last year was the concept of just being is enough. Just being, just as you are, here in the present moment is enough. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on that, your thoughts on that concept. And I think part of it kind of relates to your client story there, which also speaks volumes of you. If you can, when you attract people into your life that are open to saying like, hey, I want results right now. And they're able to say, hey, Joe, I respect you enough to say, all right, I'm going to sit here and do something that's not technically results based and breathe. Well, that's an awesome thing. So on the underside of that, when we are being more present, we're recognizing that as we are in this present moment, that's enough. We don't have to be constantly striving. We don't have to constantly be pushing. It's kind of that self-compassion that you mentioned in the beginning. We all have this idea that we have to always strive. We have to always be going for something. So please share your thoughts.
Yeah, sure. And I love that you mentioned the self-care piece, because that's exactly what it is. It is self-care. It is the highest form of self-care, is when we can just allow life as it is. Now, while that's always a goal, it's always my intention is to be as present as possible. I would love to tell you that I live in this state of presence and I'm never up here. I'm completely enlightened. The interesting thing to me is there are those that claim enlightenment, and you know what, Ricky, they don't have kids. I have children. I have grandchildren. I have a dog. So it's not, for me, it's part of the human experience. All of that is part of the human experience. It's the more that I can accept what is here as it is. This morning, Zach experienced this. Isn't the universe really has a sense of humor that he's doing this beautiful show and the internet goes down? Like, I can't make this shit. The internet the universe is really quite remarkable that way. It's constantly presenting us with opportunities to step back, take that breath, calm the nervous system, as you mentioned, and just accept what is here. Accept what's here. The more that I can do that, the more peace I have. And for me, it's not about, sort of being out there in this land of peace and whatever, and that's beautiful. But I can think more clearly and be more effective. I know that I'm a better parent, a better partner, a better grandparent, a better friend, a better human because of my practices. I'm not perfect. Hardly. Hardly. I have I say I have kids, with that comes stress. I get stressed out. I just don't stay there anymore like I used to. And that's a beautiful thing. That's a really beautiful thing. I
Yeah.
hope I answered your question, Ricky.
I think what you got to ultimately is super valuable. So it's all connected. So it's
Hold on.
pretty well answered. Thank you.
So yeah, Ricky, and I do apologize to both of you for the late start. Like I said, everything is working out how it did, but it worked out how it did. But Ricky, please tell us about Transform and Thrive.
So in general, I can pretty much sum it up by answering your question about breathing again, Zach, by saying there's a whole lot of different ways to live our lives. And the one that matters most is the one that works for you. So the life I live has been, well, transformative. I've lived many different lives, from addiction and gangbanging and drug use, and then getting myself in jail, to getting out of that, from making sub $20,000 a year to 6 figures plus. It's in a very condensed period of time. This is a 9-year time frame. I've really devoted my life to how do we actually facilitate change? How do we create the best lives for ourselves? And so that's where transform, it means we change the way we think and our behaviors that go along with that thinking. And Jo could talk in depth about that. She did touch briefly on patterns and how we hold ourselves back. And I know that's a very sticky rabbit hole for us in this, this coaching universe. So when we uncover these things and we heal from them, we're able to step into new ways of being and stick to them. So when we have congruency between our values, our belief systems, and our behaviors, that's when we're really getting into that transformation space. And then thriving is wherever you are right now, you don't have to stay there. There's so many people today living stuck. They want to see change. Most of my clients are men. Most of my clients are business owners, entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs. And so that thrive piece is saying there's something that lives within you that you're not expressing. And that's usually when they come to me. There's something they want to change. And that's where thriving comes in. The Earl Nightingale had a great quote that says, like, success is not a cookie cutter definition. There's no one definition for success. The three of us here, if we take the time, we all have three very different definitions. Success looks different to each of us. And the moment you become a success is the moment you start stepping toward your definition of it. It's in the action. It's in the doing, and you can feel it. That's one of those pieces of instant gratification. The moment you start living into that, you feel it. You feel differently. Life looks, feels, your experience is different. Your life quality increases immediately. And, I'm going to say this because I was in the shower this morning thinking, how do I talk to veterans about mental health? Because I'm not a veteran and I have massive respect for these people. I also know that it can be a trigger for veterans to hear, thank you for your service. So I'm just going to say, from a selfish level, I love these human beings and what they've been willing to do for us. And the number one thing I see with my clients, Jo, with your clients, Zach, with the people you work with, and all of us here as human beings, is the first step is asking for help. And I have a community of men, and I have several veterans in there, and I am so impressed by their supportability. And us as humans in general have this hesitancy to ask for help. And, like you've been saying, Jo, I am so not perfect. I have so many flaws, and I have a coach, I have a therapist, I have a support team. I have to ask for help, or I wouldn't be able to keep achieving higher levels of my own life quality. So that's what Transform and Thrive stands for, is if you ask for help, someone will be here to reach out and provide it.
little story about what happened to me the other day is I was sitting here and I had an anxiety incident. I don't want to call it an anxiety attack because I was overrun by work. And at first, my first reaction was to kind of freak out about it a little bit, have my anxiety peak and start feeling, oh crap, what am I going to do? But then I kicked back, I pushed myself away for a second. I turned around and I have started doing this religiously. I grabbed my notebook and I wrote down these words. This is what you've worked for. Getting people to understand what you're trying to do. This is what you've worked for. I took that anxiety of, oh my God, what the hell's going on? And I turned it into, this is what we are working towards. We're working towards these solutions, and people are starting to notice it. And people are starting to see that, look, we can work together and come up with some solutions. So did I handle this right? Joe, you first.
I think you handled it beautifully. Beautifully. You took action. First, I love writing. I think everyone should be writing. And Ricky, to your point, the best coaches have coaches. I too have a coach. I have a whole support team. Could not do this journey without, I will tell you that. So hats off to you. And I also have a family history of addiction. So I have, let me just say, an enormous amount of love and respect for you that you've gotten through that and experienced that journey. And the people that you are helping are truly blessed to have your support. There's a special place. But back to Zach, your point, handled it beautifully. You take action. Writing is such a powerful tool because what we're doing, anxiety is just this story of overwhelm, right? That happens in the mind. Mm-hmm. Anxiety is the physical feeling in our body. So it immobilizes us. Our nervous system is just halted in that moment and it just takes over. The brain signals the body, there's a problem here, that the minute you start writing, you're out of your head. You're no longer attached to the story, whatever it is. Even if you write words of anxiety on the paper, it's almost like you're getting them out of your head and here, and you can then breathe better, back to the breathing, because your body is no longer like this. It's starting to relax. You're able to breathe better and you're getting oxygen to the brain, which then signals the body, we're safe, we're okay. So what you did was brilliant.
Ricky?
I mean, I don't think I could say it any better than Joe. And also thank you for your affirmation there, Joe. I appreciate that. And it's also beautiful to hear that you live by your values too. As Zach introduced you and said, one of your lines is that everyone needs a life coach. And it's good to hear that you yourself have a coach, so you live by that. So there's a whole lot of people that say things, but they don't live it. So it's nice to see you there. Zach, I love this, man. And just like Joe said, when you get pen to paper, you can really start to process things and you get it out and you can see it more objectively too. And it reminds me of a story that Bob Proctor used to tell about a book signing for 8 hours. He was standing in line, like he had a line of people, and he was signing books for 8 hours. And he started to get, basically out of his mind. He was getting really angry and upset. And he said, wait a minute, I visualized this for years. Like, this was part of my definition of success. And in that moment, he was able to reframe it. And that's what you were able to do, is reframe the story that was happening to something that served you. So I think it's a beautiful process.
Well, I I do. I appreciate it. And like I said, I refuse to call it an anxiety attack because I didn't want to be attacked. I knew that that there was a little bit of uncomfort there, but I also I think the one thing with writing that I've really discovered is, when people are guilty of going onto Facebook and they start typing out a post with the first garbage that hits their head, they hit send, and the next thing they're oh no, did I really just put that out there? Writing gives you a chance to really think about what you're doing. And it gets you a chance to sit there and say, hey, stop, calm down, wake up. This is what's going on. And you're able to look at yourself and you're able to really reevaluate everything that you've got going on. Can you, real quick, Joe, tell us about your offer in our silent auction?
Oh, yes. So I donated to this wonderful cause. Zach, I have a nephew who is a veteran. And yes, he did 4 tours in Iraq. Could have gotten out because he still has damage to his hearing. And refused to leave his brothers, and is doing beautifully. I have to just mention Andrew Futterman. Is one of the most amazing people on this planet. He's an attorney now. He turned his life around because of the service. And he's doing amazing work. Unfortunately, I can't say the same of many of his friends and those brothers. So many of them are no longer with us. So Zach, thank you is not even nearly enough. I've donated a month of life coaching, which 4 sessions, and to help someone. Again, we could all benefit from life coaching. So it's my pleasure to do this, to donate that to this beautiful cause.
Well, I cannot thank you enough. Ricky, you are part of our giving family. You're one of my brothers in giving. And can you tell people when they hire you, what can they expect when they hire you? And when they hire you from the Community Pay It Forward package, you give to a mission of their choosing, such as this one.
Yeah, I mean, what to expect is a deeper relationship with yourself, greater self-awareness, and someone who's going to act as a trusted advisor by your side. You're no longer alone. I tell a lot of my clients, I used to be called a tool for different reasons. But use me as a tool. I'm now in your pocket. So, take out your phone, send me a text, send me an audio. I'm always here to support my people. And, Joe, I absolutely love your donation in the form of a coaching package. I have recognized something in myself where I'm getting not so good at thinking outside the box. And I'm also happy to extend an offer to your listeners as well. All my sessions are free too. So I'm happy to give people an experience. That's what we do. We provide an experience, and the first one is absolutely free. So they can either contact me by my phone number's down there. So you can just contact my phone, shoot me a text, or give me a call, or find me on LinkedIn. I'm on LinkedIn, no other social platforms because they are a suck on my life energy.
Well, look, I want to thank you both for your patience as we're trying to get caught up. I want to thank you both for everything that you've done and for this last 45 minutes of just the wealth of knowledge and the wealth of hope that you guys have both offered up to everyone and been able to show everyone, look, there's work that needs to be done, but this is very possible. And it's all just a little shift. It's a shift in mindset, shift in the way that you do things, shift in you yourself could make a huge shift in everything in your life. So Joe, Ricky. Oh, Ricky, no more stalling. We got to figure out how in the hell to get in-person meeting. You know, there's 30 minutes between us. It's ridiculous we haven't met yet, but we got to get that fixed.
So, Ricky, you're also in Colorado.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
I'm in Fort Collins.
One of my favorite places.
See, Joe, you got to come and join us. We'll all get out and go
fly
to.
out there and
Yeah,
meet
yeah.
you all.
We'll get you out here and we'll all just have lunch.
Love it. Love it.
So-
Yeah, I'm in.
That go out there to the Crown Pub there in Fort Collins. Ricky, I'm not sure if you've ever been there. They got like the best calamari I've ever had in my life. So go and check it out. It's in Old Town, but you'll appreciate it. So, but to both of you, my love, my appreciation. Thank you both so very much.
Thank you, Zach, for having me. Ricky, I'm so happy to have met you, and I don't think this is the last time you and I are going to chat. There's no doubt.
I will send an introduction probably tomorrow to both of you, because
I love your work,
I
Ricky.
think this is a beautiful matching. So, but thank you both so very much.
Yeah, thank you, Zach. Thank you, Ricky. So nice meeting you.
Yeah, thank you both as well. You guys have
All
a
right.
great day.
All right. Thank you guys. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.
Joe. Oh, sorry about that, Jared. Joe and Ricky. Jared, I'll get right back to you, my brother. Two people very similar in thought, two different teaching ways, but it proves that, look, there's a simplicity in this mindset that we can take in and make a shift and really help each other. And my next guest, Jared, you saw him briefly there for a second. You're going to see him a lot more here in just a minute. But, Jared's got another specialty that is another, it's a hardship that our veterans deal with. And when they get back, when they get home, and this is going to go back to our conversation with rescue residents on after they got out of the service. It's going to talk about a little more on how he can help them recover and remember what life is like as a civilian. So, but right now I do want to pay appreciation to everyone who has helped me put this show together. Those two individuals that you just met and the individual you're about ready to meet, they are included in this. Thank you for allowing me to create the mission, the community mission to serve our veterans. Maybe. once again, I want to thank every single person that was in there. And I also want to thank every single one of you who are out there who are doing your part. The QR code up in the corner, you see a couple items behind me, books, a Yeti, a backpack. There's so much more. Clayton Creations. My wife makes beautiful items that like this that you can bid for, and you get to pick the design and the colors, whatever you want, a chessboard, bedroom set, whatever it is, go on there and bid for it. The coaching, the coaching package from Joe, One Hope Wines, a $100 gift certificate, a tattoo session right here in Greeley. If you can make it here, we've got a hockey tickets for 4 here in Northern Colorado. Those hockey tickets, no matter where you're at, you bid on them, you win them. Guess what? If you can't make it, we'll get it to a kids organization and allow them to go in your place. If that's what you choose to do. If you want to give it to a fat guy who hosts 22-hour podcasts, I'm pretty sure I can find one of those who would gladly take them off your hands. Just saying. Don't want to be weird or anything, but I do like hockey, and I'd gladly go and watch. Next guest, I am so happy to introduce him. He has just become a brother in giving. He's just joined the program. He and I talked yesterday, and I'm really excited about this because he's got so much going on. He's a 13-year vet who has turned his time and his learning in the service into service for those right after they're done with their time in and improving their lives. From Lone Star Valor Funding, it's my new friend, Jared Smith. Jared, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good, sir. How are you?
Doing good. It almost seems like we've been here before.
I think that's the truth.
So, yeah. Tell us a little bit about your mission from serving to Lone Star Valor.
Absolutely. First, I want to say thank you for putting this on. From one veteran to another, doing things like this may not mean a lot, but it means a lot. So thank you for putting stuff like this on from a veteran. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Anyways, so like you said, I'm a 13-year Army veteran. I was a paratrooper, combat engineer, as well as a respiratory therapist in the Army. My exit out of the Army wasn't really planned. I medically had to get out due to a static line injury, and so when I got out, I was kind of lost in the world. The military is really good if you've ever been through TAPS, depending on when you got out. They were really good about filling you up with the premise of everybody wants to hire a veteran, everybody loves veterans, and so I left the military thinking, oh, I'm gonna get right out, I'm gonna get a job, and I'm gonna excel right away, and continue doing great things. Well, I didn't, and I've heard from many veterans that they felt the same way, and so it was a struggle. So I had to kind of figure out what to do with my life and what next to do. I really enjoyed doing respiratory, but I kind of hit a wall at the same time after my surgeries, and I was burnt out from doing that. I loved being in the medical field, helping people, but as a respiratory therapist, we were typically the ones that kind of pulled the plug on patients, so to speak. And so I dealt with a lot of death and it just kind of it wore on me, to be honest. And so I didn't really know what to do with it next. I knew I was good at numbers, and I knew I was destined for greatness, is what I thought I was. So I decided to go back to school for accounting because I felt like that was a great option. Numbers, great, right? Um, and I ended up going to work for a nonprofit here in Texas, helping homeless veterans get off the street, and keep them housed or get them housed, and really focus on that low poverty veteran population here in the state of Texas. Really love that organization here. It's located down here in San Antonio. It's called Endeavors. If anybody here in Texas ever needs any support for veterans, Endeavors is a great resource. They've got a wellness center in El Paso. They've got a wellness center here in San Antonio, and which are very heavily military places. And so I love working there. I still help them out. I still work there. And it's hard for me to say no because obviously it's a great mission. But I kind of did the back end things where I dealt with numbers and that, and I was bored sitting at home doing that. And so I decided to venture out and start my own company, which was Lone Star Valor. And I originally started out just doing the lending portion, but I started noticing, and one of the things I did was I went to Vegas for a conference, and what I heard a lot of people in the industry say, and it just seemed like it was the norm, was if you can't help this client, or you if the client isn't qualified, you just dump them and move on to the next one. And I don't know, that just didn't sit right to me. Maybe that's the medical side of me. Like I feel like everybody needs help, and you shouldn't just dump somebody on the side just because that. And then the other thing that came to mind was like how many times have we've applied for loans and we get denied, and nobody tells you why you got denied. And it's like, well, how do I fix what I got denied for? I don't really understand that. And you keep this vicious circle of, well, let me go try another place, and you get denied again, and they ghost you. And so I wanted to create something where I could, for businesses that are needing help with funding. Maybe they're having trouble with getting funding, or maybe they're getting denied, or they're not getting callbacks from the lender they're using, which most likely means that they're not getting approved. And I want to help them either understand why they're not getting approved, get them approved, or help them with their business credit, and help them build their business credit. And so that's my goal is I don't want to just dump them on the side of the road if they're not able to get funding. I want them to be able to get access to our business credit side, and get coaching from us, and learn how to establish their business credit, learn how to grow it, learn how to utilize it correctly. And then hopefully by the end of that, they'll be able to access that money that they need to grow their business.
We talked about this when we talked yesterday, and one of the things that I made mention, and I just want it really bears repeating. One of the best things that you just said is telling somebody that they're not eligible or they don't qualify or something like this, and then just shutting the door in their face. That, and you were told that's the way you were trained, that's the way we do it.
That's why I wouldn't say I was trained that way. That was the attitude of the conference, that basically time is money, and that you don't you shouldn't waste it on non viable clients. And so that was kind of the attitude of everybody.
When you started Lone Star Valor Funding, was that the first thing that came to your mind, that I'm changing this? We're going to work to get, we're not just going to try to get the funding for these businesses. If they don't qualify, we're going to work to allow them to get that.
To be honest, no, it wasn't. My first idea was, hey, I want to try to help people get funding. And I want to try to be able to find them, a source of funding, and I'm really good at trying to research finding lenders and stuff like that. And that's kind of one of my other strong suits is that I try to listen to, the individual, figure out what their pain points are, figure out what they're wanting to do with that money. Excuse me. Figure out what they're, what's important to them in a loan, or whatever the finance they're looking for in the business. And then really try to find a lender that matches them rather than just, send it to a list of lenders and hope that one comes back. And so that's kind of the idea or that's kind of the way I was running things. And then I went to the commercial lending conference, to pick up more lenders. Essentially, was what I was trying to go there for, and get any more advice and that. And so, through there, they had conversations. They had speeches and people talking, and you're networking as well. And a lot of the conversation was, don't kept coming back was don't sit on these guys. And for me, when I was there, it was kind of an epiphany, that I was like, wait a minute, so you just want to throw these guys out, like, I don't, that doesn't make sense to me. It's like, how, that's rude. Yeah, or that's that, they may become fundable, and in a couple months they may become fundable in 6 months, and you may be able to help them then, and you're just throwing them aside. um it just And that's when I decided to take the time to find, um build a program that could really help them, bring everything in one place for them, and be able to coach them as they go through this program, so that they can have business credit by the end of it.
It was kind of a baby in the baby with the bathwater moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I always feel
So
like I believe in fate, and sometimes, just fate works that way, when you just uh, you're just in the right place sometimes.
one of the things that our credit scores and everything like that, they mean so much for everything nowadays. But a credit score is not always indicative of the person. Now, I didn't have the best credit score in the world, but after my accident, it really was destroyed. Was
And that
no
happened to
longer
me,
working. I
to be
had to
honest.
go. I'm sorry.
So that happened to me, to be honest, when I got out of the military. That was part of the other thing that I was fighting was, because my exit out of the military wasn't planned. I didn't have time to financially, uh, get ready. Because for me, my mindset was 20 years. I'm going 20 years, and I started having these surgeries, and then they were like, well, maybe, and I didn't, and so it's even while I was having the surgeries, it was still all right. You could probably, there's maybe a chance you can stay in the army. So I still, had that mindset. Okay, I'm gonna still be in, and so. Um, Literally, when they put me through the med board, it was so quick that by the time I got out, for the first couple months, and this is the other thing that a lot of people don't realize before they exit the military, and anybody that exit the military understands, is like they hold that last paycheck, right? For a little bit. Even when you med board out, it still takes about 2 months for the VA to kick in, and it still takes, I had medically retired out, so even my retirement check from them took a little bit. So there was a period where I wasn't getting paid, or even when I did get paid by the military, that retirement check was $1,000. There was no BAH, there was no, there was nothing, any other extra stuff in there. So I had to pick, what bills were important, what can I pay and what can I not pay. And so my credit cards absolutely took hit, because obviously I'm like, my mortgage is important, and my cars are important, because but what's the least important thing to do is credit cards. And unfortunately, people get pushed in those situations, and so they're not always the same.
What are some of the things, Jared, that veterans have available to them that they're not widely aware that they have available to them?
And like regards to like finance or
Yeah, maybe something that is available to them that's not available to, everyone.
That's a hard question. I don't really have a good answer for that, to be honest. I couldn't say there specifically. I think this is probably one of the weak spots of the military. Other than really having like financial boot camp, that they had back in the military, and you could still get those now. I don't think there's really anything that goes through any of that or that actually helps the veterans in any way, to be honest. Um I don't To be honest, I don't know. Yeah, now I'm gonna have to go research and see if there is something. um
Would the VA be able, like the VA benefits, would they be able to help him with any special? I know that we were talking about grants and you were talking about how difficult those are. But so there's nothing in the VA that can help them though, or
Not when it comes to like finance or even business. If we're like again, the military and the VA's they've put a lot of money into the homeless veteran side. And I know that obviously from the other side. The because obviously it's such a it's such a epidemic, and the military and the VA have put very little resources into veteran owned business owners, anything to do with business, veterans, really in that realm, to be honest. And so um the biggest thing would be, man, um there are grants, but the only place I really know of grants is called Hello Alice. And that's hello, like you say hello, and then Alice, ALICE. And so they'll have grants on there. But I've talked to many people about that website, and about those grants, and I've still yet to meet somebody that does get a grant from there. And I really feel like it's a toy that they use, or a tool that they use to try to convert them into their system or whatever. I forget what they were trying to sell you, but as soon as you apply for their grant, they try to flip you into buying something of theirs or going into their system. So there's something that they're trying to sell you. um and so I think again, this is my personal opinion, so please only take this as my personal opinion. I feel like they only use that as a tool to get whatever they're trying to get money wise. And so I've really yet to see.
okay. First, um, first, first thing that pops in your head: pitfalls that we need to watch out for.
So the big thing is grants. Don't pay for and lending in general. If you're trying to look for a loan, or a grant, research the grants and everything. If you're trying to do any of that, don't pay for that. Um, most of that, if they're asking for money up front, it most likely is a scam, or a way to try to get your information or that. Um, and so just be cautious with that.
What is the first thing a veteran should do when he comes, when he has he or she has the idea of, I want to build my business?
So, man, and now it just clicked in my head. So sorry. So now, I don't know. I just thought about this. So some states do have some resources for veterans. And so like Texas is one of those states. And I can only really speak on Texas, obviously. And I probably should do a little bit better research. And so, and this is kind of going along your question that you just asked me, which is Texas. Texas allows you to file your LLC for free if you're a veteran owned business. But the catch is there's two. There's kind of two catches to that. One is it has to be owned by 100% by the veteran or veterans. You can have multiple veterans, but it's got to be a veteran owned to qualify. And for us, it costs us. I think it's $300 last time I checked, but it could have gone up this year. But the other thing is the Texas has what's called the Texas Veterans Commission, and they do have some programs for. They have a special pillar, I guess. Sorry, I'm still trying to wait for my coffee to set in. So they have a special pillar that's designated for business owners, veteran business owners, and they have some counselors and stuff there to help as well. And I would imagine that there are resources like that in most states. It's just a matter of Googling that. And please, if you have questions like that, reach out to me and I'll look it up. I don't mind research and stuff like that. I know, it can be kind of, hard to navigate some of that stuff because for whatever reason, sometimes if it's to help us, it seems like it's buried and you have to go through a bunch of stuff and even through it. So in order to get the free LLC for Texas, you have to go through the Texas Veterans Commission, get a special certificate from them. And last time I looked last year, they were like 2 months behind, or so you had to wait for it, or you had to pay for it and then you could get reimbursed. And so it was it was a pain in the ass. So if you're thinking, and so that'd be my biggest thing is if you're thinking about joining a business, especially like here in Texas, check those things out and see what you have to do and start doing them now. And so that you can start registering your stuff. Because it can take a little bit of time. So if you're expecting to jump in here and start overnight, if you want to do that, you're going to probably have to spend some money. So that's probably my best advice.
Well, I think this is wonderful, and I think the service that you're providing is very, very much needed. The education that you're sharing is absolutely critical for veteran businesses, and I cannot be more excited that you have joined the program and are willing to help us out. Joining Jared and I now is a really good friend of mine. Alan and I met a couple years ago, and he is working so hard to be the master connector, Mr. Alan Holmes. Alan, how you doing, brother? Oh, we can't hear you. We're back on StreamYard. I know that your microphone has a problem with StreamYard, so. No, not yet.
Yeah, I'm gonna call him.
I just heard you say that. I can hear you.
Oh, you did?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
How you doing, brother?
Communication must have. I'm doing well. I see Jared from another. I salute you, my brother. Thank you so much.
How are you, sir?
Being part of this. I'm doing well. Zach and I have been just connected, like he says, for 3 years, and I just want to salute you, Mr. Zach and Jared, for both of you serving the community well, remembering our fallen brothers, and I'm just here to be of service to both of you. As a master connector, I'm in awe when I meet great minds of working together as a collective. There's so much information online, offline. It's sometimes misleading, sometimes disheartening, but as we know, we just continue to trump on. Being in artillery at one point, that's what I learned from, Soldier On. So, yeah, I'm glad to be support of both of you gentlemen.
Alan, just a week ago, you had one of the problems that we're talking about. You encountered something just about a week ago where somebody called you and said, help.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us, and we're not asking for the name, but can you give us a little
Yes.
bit of background on this story?
Well, this was definitely, I know it was meant to be, because as anyone knows, little backstory, just real quick, my wife suffers from mental illness, so I'm kind of in regular, for the past 17 years, I've kind of, hey, let's go down that road, crisis moment. And what had happened is an associate of mine who called, where we were just talking business, and I mentioned that I have a wife who has mental illness and I'm understanding. Well, an hour later, she calls and she says, I have a soldier in crisis. It's a friend of mine. She was panicking. She didn't know what to do. She didn't want to call the crisis line. It's another story for another day. What happens when that comes in? Long story short, I said, okay, let's breathe. Tell me a little bit about him. 49, served in Afghanistan, just different parts of the world, multiple deployments. And he was down there on January 6th with his service dog. And he's just basically ready to take his own life, point blank. I said, okay. Where's he now? Well, he's with his mother. His mother checks him on every 30 minutes. He's okay. But I can't get him on the phone. I said, okay, let me make some calls. I make some calls, left a voicemail. Next day, a gentleman with an incredible foundation, one of our sponsors, check with Zach, him, that has foundation in a project in the front end. He called me back the other day and said, let's make this work. Let's see what happens. We made a couple cross calls, and long story short, as far as I know, I checked with her and he's doing well. But it was because of the calls that I was able to reach out to another foundation within the community that's supported by Zach and everyone. And even Jared helped me. I was so out of talk. Jared called me and said, okay, I couldn't remember the name. And he gave me the name of the foundation that we have. And boom, it in full circle. But it showed you what happens when you reach out. And you're at a moment's crisis. If it hadn't been for Jared and Zach and the connections that we had within our group here, I don't know what would have turned out. And I didn't even know this person, but he was a veteran. He was a person who needed a crisis, and as we were trained, I didn't even hesitate to get the information to that person, and she felt better.
That organization that organization, Alan, you're talking about is Project Die Hard. Brian's going to be joining us here coming up very shortly, in a couple hours. But Brian is a great friend to veterans, great friend to all of us, and mad respect to him. But Jared, real quickly, you obviously are aware of this story.
Absolutely.
When you hear this as a 13-year vet, what goes through your mind?
I mean, trying to get them help immediately. I mean, obviously, trying to figure out how we gotta connect them to whoever we need to. And it's just that simple. I mean, I think the most important thing is not losing touch with that veteran, and I think that's what we did was quickly find a way to help them, but still be able to keep in contact with them and work through it. And this is something that's near dear into my heart. I've had somebody very close to me commit suicide and a veteran, so it's it's a shitty thing. I mean, on both sides, you hate to see what it does to the veteran, but the other side of is the families, and what they have to go through as well.
Alan, you have, and this is a great segue into something else that Jared does work with. You have unfortunately dealt with the issue of homelessness. How, and I don't want to be the, I'm going to stick my microphone in your face after, you know, your dog gets run over and ask you how you feel. But I'm going to stick my microphone in your face and ask you, you know, how do you feel? How difficult and how desperate were you at that moment when you realized, holy shit, I'm out here? You know, what the hell? I serve my country and I'm out here and I need help. How desperate were you?
I was so desperate that I literally thought for a moment, and my wife doesn't even know that, but I was so desperate that I was just ready to walk until it just didn't mean anything anymore. I didn't care, and I was angry. I realized that I started to have thoughts of going back to the place where I was trained and just take things to make them go boom. And anybody who knows what I mean, I've been an artillery, and that's how every organization, every person that basically put me there, and I did take responsibility. I put myself there, but long story short, I was thinking very bad thoughts. And the only thing that really drew me out of that is my wife, who was then girlfriend at the time. She was going through things and she walked with me, and she has a heart of gold, and then always picks up the stray cat and a dog. And I said, okay, it's bigger than this. And then I got determined. I said, it's not about me. It's about somewhere along the line, I'm going to have to come out of this and be able to help other veterans, because this is not the answer. And when I start feeling the worst, then I realized that I was doing this for myself. And I was thinking of myself and not thinking of others, that what am I going to say to them when they come up? And if it hadn't been for what I went through, I don't know what the suggestion I would have been for the gentleman that I was able to help last week. So, but yes, I was in a very dark place, and it's a place where, and yes, in my military training and support and remembering the unit mindset is what helped me come out of that.
Jared, let's talk a little bit about your work with homeless vets. Can you tell us about the organization?
Yeah, absolutely. So the organization is called Endeavors. They are a veteran ran, Christian based organization. They have kind of multiple different pillars. So, like I mentioned, they have the wellness centers, which they have mental health there. They have a workout room that veterans can go to work out, or just whatever. And then they also do some migrant services and emergency services as well. But like I said, for me, I work primarily with the homeless veteran side, and what I like about the program is that we don't pay directly to the veteran. We pay to the vendor or the landlord, or whoever we need to keep that, either that veteran housed or get them housed. But we pay directly to them instead of giving the money to the veteran, because we want to help the veteran, not make things worse.
Yeah. Well, I think, I think you two gentlemen, first off, you two knowing each other makes this wonderful and makes this so meaningful, because we're all talking, and with the experience of the veteran that was in trouble just, mere days ago, it really emphasizes where, what we're trying to do here. Another veteran that I've worked with here really closely lately is our next addition to the show, Mr. Brian Muka. And dude, did I get that right, Brian? Is it Brian Muka? Okay.
It sure is, man.
Yeah. And welcome to the event. And I'd like to introduce you to Jared Smith and Alan Holmes, two dear friends of mine. And Brian, you are a Sherpa, and you try to get people away from fear, or teach them how to use their fear. How would you explain it best?
Sorry, Zach, I'm like really particular about language. There is no try. So
Yep.
specifically what I'm helping people do is sort of like asymmetric warfare. So here's the fear, here's the challenge. Everybody I work with is really good at like forcing things through it. And that doesn't work with PTSD and shame and guilt and addiction. You can't go straight through it. What if we sneak up around behind it? So I've got a couple tools to do that. The breath work at a really interesting level. Not breath work for the sake of breath work, but as a transportation device to the imagination. And if you've ever seen Star Trek or play with virtual reality, we already have that built in. And so if we can power that up with some Tai Chi Gong, there's really nothing we can't play with in that space. This is how Tesla and Einstein, how they made their own prototypes in their mind, and then they like made them perfectly. Like, wouldn't it be great to like figure out your business in your mind without struggling for 6 years like I did? So that's sort of the offer. How can we turn stress into success? And this is the biggest line. It's the freedom from poverty, frustration. So freedom to agency, travel, impact, significance. So I help in the gap from freedom from to freedom to.
Yeah. What is the first block, Brian? What's the first block that you have to remove from somebody when they come into you?
I don't remove anything. When we change the way we look at the world, what we look at changes, right? So I'm not talking about circumnavigating or pushing down. Like, I'm going to go back a little ways. And I struggle with unworthiness, like better part of a decade, which is nuts. There's sales trophies and accolades. There was nothing that I could do to like fill in the unworthiness. So like just getting slammed. So finally one morning, I was feeling it. I was weeping. I'm like, all right, unworthiness, take your fucking gloves off. What are you fighting with? And you know what it was telling me? You're not sharing your treasure with enough people. That's what I'm trying to tell you. But it wasn't until I had the courage to really look at it. Like, I want this to go away. It's not going away. It's just going to get louder. Right. And what I found was fear is the only thing that gets smaller as you run at it and larger as you run away from it. So there's a paradox in there,
You yourself are also a veteran, correct? And tell me how your veteran experience shaped what you're doing now.
I mean, it's the genesis for it, right? So let me take you guys back to 2008. I'm on a 26-mile run on a Saturday in Iraq. We're at Camp Spiker. And like, I had already been fired from platoon commander. My team is up in Shirkat. I feel ashamed. I feel guilty. And I feel like a leper. Like, I'm like a special operations officer in name only, not able to operate. I took some pleasure in beating my command in CrossFit there. Like, I figured out the financing for the most badass plywood CrossFit gym in the world in Iraq, right? So that was, but like, I remember being on this run and I'm like, if I were to not come back, wow. Granted, that wasn't an option, right? But I got to stick my little toes over the edge of the ramp and like, oh, I understand why people choose suicide. So I would fight the next year and a half to get another platoon commander position. And I did. And I was getting ready to take a team to Afghanistan. All the while, though, I'm struggling with unworthiness, right? And I let people treat me that way. And because of their lack of confidence, my ability to operate with Army Special Forces in Afghanistan, my commander said, Brian, I've lost a lot of sleep over this, but you're not the man to take your team to Afghanistan. Not only was he right, he made a great call in that. He made the right decision. Did I have all the potential to be able to do that? 1,000% yes. I just didn't know that. Everybody else did. And that best worst day of my life started all of it. That was the spark. And I found breath work and Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning in all my practices for myself and now also with my clients is to widen the gap between stimulus and response. And it always starts with a deep breath or a quick breath or a squeeze, reset. This is not in control. The body is. You know, this is where my crazy lives. This is where my connection to the everything is, you know, and, creating that emergency procedure. I get practice with that in combat from that great reset, my divorce, running out of money, et cetera, et cetera. The stakes get higher as the emergency procedure gets more refined. So.
Did Jared or Alan, did you guys have any questions of Brian?
Alan, nice to see you again, man.
I don't really have any
Nice to
questions.
see you, brother. You know,
Alan's on a little bit of a delay, but Alan, Alan, going ahead and then Jared.
yeah, I'll go ahead and share that. Okay, yeah, I went ahead and just wanted to say that it was Brian's training that I took with another young lady a couple of weeks ago that actually helped me solve that issue that with the veteran friend of mine. I just want to let Brian know that this is the power of what he does. It works.
Alan, what a miracle to see you in this chat again. The odds of that are 0. So thanks for being part of the miracle.
Oh, I love it. I love that we have this
Sure.
connection. Jared?
No, I was just gonna say. I mean, it's really crazy because you know there's a lot that a veteran has to deal with. You know, and it's so true that it's so true what he's saying. You know, and yeah, I mean, we deal with a lot more than normal people have to deal with, and it's I really like what Brian's having to say.
Thanks, Jared.
No, it again, it's amazing when we're able to put together people who look. All of us come from a different area. All of us come from a different experiences. You three gave up sections of your life to serve our country, and you three are now specializing in something very different, but it's something that every single veteran can find some path to happiness by just talking to you, gentlemen. If we could wave a magic wand today, and Jared, we brought you on first, so I'll ask you this question. If we could wave one magic wand today and all get together and take one step towards improving something for someone, what would that be?
Like anything?
Yeah, let's go for it. I mean, we're trying to answer questions here and find paths. So yes, if we could all get together and do something today, what would that be?
No, oh man, you're hitting me with all the hard questions this morning. I'm not sure if I like that or not. No.
This morning, come on, some of us have
yeah,
been doing this for over 6 hours now.
Yeah, you're supposed to warn me last night that you were going to come with this. I would have waken up a little earlier and drank some more coffee. No, but That's a great question. I mean, for me, I think if we could wave a wand, for me. I think it's the mental health stigma. If we're gonna go, let's do, um, because for all of us, we're pretty, old in our military careers, and so the stigma, especially back in the day, was shut up and do your job, and don't go to sick call, don't get checked if your mental health is not there, don't say nothing, and so I think a lot of us have that ingrained in us where we don't want to say stuff because we're afraid of what it's going to have on people's opinion of us, or we're going to have afraid of job, what it's going to have on our career, the whole 9 yards. And so I think that's the biggest thing is just getting rid of that stigma and letting it be that we can be a little bit more open about the mess that we are.
Okay. Alan? How would you answer that?
Well, if I can imagine, if I can wave a magic wand, I would just say, based on what the training that I heard from the great Sherpa, I would say, and Jared and yourself, of course, I would say, hey, let's do it. Let's support each other. Veterans, you're not alone, and we'll have a full rapid response network to basically, first of all, take them to the Sherpa net community to just help them, to let them know to get out of their own way. And just one big family that it's going to be all right. And that's what we need. We need support, training, crisis management, and more importantly, let them know that, hey, you're not alone. We've got you. And that's a network that needs to be built around the world, globally, in and out, where veterans never feel like they have to take that way out. You do not have to check out. You don't.
That's beautiful. And Brian?
I'm gonna say something. Let me just finish the end of this before you guys. This is a little inflammatory, but having peered over the edge, I think it takes just as much courage to end your own life as it does to keep going, and the intention behind that is very important. And so, step one is to remove the judgment. The people who leave decided that the world would be better without that, and what a sacrifice that is. And that's very opposite of how I grew up with my religion and those things. So that's the first thing, is understanding. And if they decide to leave, okay, got it. It was that awful. It's like, who are we to judge how hard it is? I'm not advocating suicide, certainly, but just for us, when we meet people, that unconditional compassion, that unbearable compassion for the person going through the worst possible scenario that beyond our imagination, beyond what we can possibly fathom, right? First one. Second one, if you want to change the world, this is kind of like the Gandhi quote. I'm going to quote myself here. If you want to change the world, love yourself. These 40 years of my life have been about learning how to love me. And there's been a lot of great mentors and teachers and coaches in plant medicine and those things that I've tried to fill in that unworthiness gap, but there's really only one opinion that matters, and it's my own, of myself. So when I can learn to love me, and Zach, you can't do that for me. You can tell me 1,000 times, Jared, same thing. You can tell me what you love about me when I forget, and that's useful. Here, take my pack. Let me grab some water. Let me grab a break. Fundamentally, when I'm staring in that mirror and I'm saying, I love you, Brian, that's it. That's the job, to look in the mirror, to see the trauma and the journey and those things, in a really courageous way, to look and see the man that stares back in the mirror and wondering, who is aware of this right now? Is it God? Is it consciousness? I think we're made out of God, the quantum field, right? We're essentially space. 99.9997% of our bodies is nothing. Not true. It's the strong attractive force, or the dark energy, which is, there's not a word big enough for what we're made out of, So just remembering our divinity. And just to leave you with, we want to change the world. We get to love ourselves first. And in the words of Mother Teresa, love our families. And then asking this question: what's uncomfortable that would make me step up into my kingship, my warriorhood? No one can do this for me. And to declare, right? Like freedom can never be given, it can only be claimed. So it's an inside job, guys. No one can do this for us.
Oh. Look, I love y'all, and I appreciate you guys coming on this journey. I appreciate you guys coming on this mission because, you know, our hope is that there's something said today that there's that person who needs to hear it, that's going to be able to go, you know what, they're right. Brian's right in his message. Jared was right in what he said, and maybe if I talk to him, I can find the answer I'm looking for. I think that if we get together and we can all shout everybody else's message, we can all repeat what we've heard, we can take a little bit from everything that we've heard today. I think that we can make a huge difference and we can change someone's life. And I want to thank you all for being part of this. I hope to continue this for many years to come. And I hope you guys continue to join me every year as we just make this bigger, better, and keep it as important as it is, because it's never going to get more important. I mean, look, this is about trying to help people who need our help. So, Jared, let's go with you first. How do people get a hold of you, sir?
Yeah, absolutely. They can call me. That's my cell phone below, 737-802-4558. You can text me, call me, especially anytime that you need any assistance, or my email, admin@lonestarvalorfunding.com. And please reach out to me if you need anything, have any questions. I'm an open book.
Sounds great. Alan, how do we get a hold of you, sir?
The information below, 951-599-8141, or the Master Connectors Create at Gmail. That is actually the way to connect me. And let's just have a chat and let's see how I can be of service. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of your world. I see you again, Brian. Love you, brothers.
Good to see you. Love you too, man.
Same exact. Thank you.
Yep. And Brian, how do we get a hold of you?
Shoot me a text, 609-647-9866. I guess the next easiest place then would be LinkedIn. You can read about my background and some of the offerings and those things if you want to connect further. That's a good way to do it. So Brian Muka on LinkedIn.
All right. Gentlemen, thank you. Thank you all so much for joining this. And let's get to work and let's make sure that we keep this up, okay? Thank you, guys. Absolutely. Thank you so very much. Let's have a great day and let's keep this going.
Okay.
All right. Amen.
All right. Thank you to Jared, Alan, and Brian. Again, we're hearing as many things out there as we can hear in one day. And however you heal, that's what's important right now. What's not important is how I heal, how anybody else heals. What's important is how you personally heal. You just heard from 3 different gentlemen who do 3 different things, yet 3 people who are in the same mindset that when we work together, we can do amazing things. Amazing things. One of the greatest things that we get to do is do this wonderful, fun event that is going on right now. And we're only able to do that because of the help of some of the greatest people I've ever met. And we've got a couple of those people in the waiting room. They're going to have to wait for exactly like 3 minutes and 45 seconds, something like that, before I bring them on, because I have to take my 3-minute break at the top of the hour and do the most important thing I can do today. And that is thank everyone who has made this possible. Because you know what, without your support, without your help, there would be no way I could continue to do what we're doing, and no way we could support the wonderful programs that we are supporting today. Thank you for everyone involved, including these wonderful people. Again, thank you to everyone who has taken part in this. Thank you to everyone who is working hard to support us and make this happen. Two of those individuals are joining us right now from right here in Colorado. Great friend. She's been on the podcast a couple times. She ended up bringing on a surprise guest this morning. I'm not even sure if she knows that yet, but she sent a message out yesterday and someone decided to join us, and someone that she has trained and changed their lives. Sarah Kuoku, how are you doing?
I'm doing great, Zach. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic. Yes, Patty came on and joined us.
Patty.
Patty Daigle?
Ah, okay. I'm like, who are you talking about?
Yeah. She ended up coming on this morning at 5 a.m. here in the mountain time and talking about it. 10-year Air Force veteran. So she came on and joined us. Also
Nice.
joining us from out in Florida, your insurance bodyguard and mine, Mr. Rob Holman. Rob, how you doing, brother?
Good morning. How are you?
Well, it's 7 hours in. The internet's working. That's a good sign. So yeah, the first thing that happened this morning, no internet. Comcast decided to go on ahead and update the internet for an hour and a half. For some reason, they had to update the internet. So for the first hour and a half of the show, I'm doing it from a cell phone. I'm not a tiny guy. I don't fit in the cell phone.
Well, thankfully, you're resourceful enough to know that you went for, you went for the life preserver, although you can't fit in it, right? So there we go.
Yeah, kind of that Tommy Boy thing, fat guy in a little phone, So
Exactly.
it's one of those things. Sarah, we're going to start with you.
Okay.
Love your tagline. Let's unzip those jeans. I love that tagline. You work with people's biochemistry, with their biomakeup, and helping them feel better by what they're made up of. Please explain.
Okay. Well, first I'd like to talk about my tagline for just a moment. The full one is enough fooling around. Let's unzip those jeans. And that was actually born out of frustration, because what I do and what, the company I've partnered with, pardon me, we look at a person's health related genes, and we only look at the ones that are actionable, means they are affected. Some people like to say they're turned on and off by our epigenetics. And that's just a big word that includes our nutrition, our exercise, our sleep, our hydration, our environment. It's everything that impacts us as a human being. And I was so frustrated because people just really were like so hesitant to actually, open their minds to the fact that this is real. It's science. It's not anything kind of crazy or out there. It's like, it's all very, very scientifically based. And so that literally is where that came from. But that's what I've been doing for over 5 years now, is helping people support their health foundation. And we say, what we mean by that is just helping them get their foundation. So our genetics or our wiring per se, our foundation. So if we can get that stuff solid and address any potential variants we have there, everything else we do on top of that, we just benefit from even more.
What are some of the things that the studies do, and what are some of the things that we can change within what you're offering? What are some of the things that can be changed within ourselves to make ourselves feel better?
That, because we are all unique, we all have our own genetics, we all have our own genetic variants. There's no it's not like drinking an energy drink and saying you're going to feel full of energy in about 10 minutes. I can't say that. Everybody responds differently, but some of the main areas of health that we actually look at. So we look at I'm going to grab something quick because I can never remember all 10 of them. We look at our inflammatory response, our immune response, our ability to detox, toxins that we are breathing in, ingesting, etc. Our gut health, which affects everything. Our methylation, which also affects everything. That's our cellular methylation, our ability for our cells to function like they're supposed to. Our heart health, our healthy BMI, our ability to maintain a healthy body mass index, our energy, our mood, and I think that's all of them. So everybody, I am very heavy in the, I have a lot of detoxification issues. Genetically speaking, in our detox report, I have like all except one of those gene SNPs. And a SNP is just a fancy scientific word for a variant. And so this was really helpful to me. Not only did I feel just better in general. And I had a lot of really amazing things happen that I was not expecting from taking a supplement. But it also pointed me, the information that we provide also pointed me to the fact that I need to focus more on my detoxing and avoiding and also taking care to do things that help me detox.
Okay. Oh, that's great. And Rob, I don't, I mean, it doesn't look like you work out much, so I don't know if any of this is triggers or anything.
I saw a YouTube video.
Yeah. Rob, you used to play. You played college football, and obviously you care a lot about nutrition. Is there anything that you're hearing that is new to you, or even interesting to you when it comes to health?
Actually, yes. There's a product out now. It's called Synergy, and recently I started taking the nitrous oxide supplement, and then as well as there's a concentrated greens product, as well as a concentrated fruit product, and it's like a really minimum amount that you take before your meals, and then you balance it out through the day. And I've been doing it for over a month, and I can just feel in the chemistry of my body. I mean, I used to take 3 high blood pressure medications, no longer. And, so, I mean, all too often in this, the healthcare industry, you have symptoms and then they throw a prescription on top of it and trying to address what's causing those symptoms. And the holistic approach is definitely going to be a heck of a lot more effective for you rather than that prescription, which, you hear the laundry list of the effects that may occur that are in these commercials that you see nowadays. It's like, I don't want any of those things either.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that, for the, we've got a great effective treatment system for our healthcare. It apparently is probably the most expensive on the planet, and we, strangely enough, have the most unhealthy population in the world in the United States. How does that happen?
Right.
You like you said, it's kind of one of those things that you see a commercial for like acne cream could cause death. Okay, I'll take a pimple over death. Just saying, any day, So
yeah.
Sorry, you were gonna.
I was just gonna say. So then the other part of what we do, so we do the DNA test, the genetic test, and we pull a panel of 103 genetic markers, again specifically related to health. We don't care where your family's from. We don't care if you're predisposed to having a unibrow, or if your index finger's longer. We don't care about any of that stuff. All we're looking at is, what can we do? Where are your genetic predispositions to have issues that affect your health? And what are the nutritional ingredients that work best together to support that? So the first half of it is the test and all the reports that include lifestyle recommendations, gives you all your results. We then take the top 22 genes from those 10 areas, and we are uniquely able to custom compound a personalized supplement that is specifically designed to support wherever your health variants are. And that's how we do that's why we say it's a foundational. There is no be all end all. There is no silver bullet or magic wand when it comes to health. It's a multifaceted project. From everything from your sleep to how much water you eat and how much you move, but the nutritional part, if we can support that, like I said, everything else falls into place. And you said something really interesting, Rob, about how the minute amount of what you have to take, and that's a thing that a lot of people don't understand. Our formula, my formula has roughly, I think I counted it 78 different ingredients, but they're all in micrograms and milligrams, because that's what the science keeps showing. We don't need to take massive amounts of supplements. We just need to have the right ones for our body in the amounts that are already shown. It's like, this is all I need. And so the equivalent, so just for some perspective, like I have mine in capsules because I don't do powders well, and I don't know what mine tastes like, and I don't want to know because they're all different. Everybody's formula is unique. We are actually able to combine to compound actually over 1 billion different potential formulas. But anyway, so my compound, like I said, I have mine put into capsules. So it's 10 capsules that I take throughout the day. To put that in perspective, if somebody likes the smoothies, they take a scoop in the morning and a scoop in the evening. Again, not a magic wand, but we're looking at addressing foundational nutrition. So,
well, I think the most important thing about this is and you know, Sarah, you and I talk about this quite often, that, you know, in order for you to feel good mentally, you have to feel good healthily, you know, health-wise. If you don't feel right inside, you know, if you've got physical impediments, it's going to screw with your head. I think I've talked to both of you about this, that after my motorcycle accident, you know, and after I was telling them over and over and over again, hey, look, there's something wrong with my neck. There's something wrong with my neck. I began to believe that there was nothing wrong with my neck, that I was just a wimp, that I couldn't handle, you know, this pain. And it turned out 3 years down the road, they found out that I had a break in my neck.
Yeah.
And that's just not, you know, look, that's first off, it's not acceptable. Second off, you know, there you go, Sarah, there's Patty right there. So, but yeah, you know, it just, if you feel healthy, you're going to feel better just mentally. So, Rob, let's get your program into this. You work hard to help people get into the right insurance. Plus, you've got RNC Financial. Why don't you tell us a little bit about both of your programs, please?
Happy to do so. You know, all too often, you know, when medical billing nowadays deliberately has errors in it, like 90%, you know, having somebody who's your advocate is so important. And this is really what sets me apart. You know, recently we were able to get somebody out of a $56,000 medical bill and got it reduced to zero. Now, that has nothing to do with the insurance plan that they were on. It has everything to do with my wife and I being advocates for that policyholder and just trying to battle back with these billing departments. And really, I mean, you know, regardless of what kind of health insurance you secure, my job is to help you understand what's the best way to use it. And the goal is to turn you into a consumer of your health care and not be a victim. I mean, if I know where you can get a $250 non-contrast MRI and you go to the place that they work well with and they'll make the appointment for you and you wind up paying $4,500, you know, that's just not going to fly. I mean, yeah, and it holds true for any kind of labs or imaging. You know, outpatient labs and imaging centers are going to be way more affordable for you as opposed to a hospital that they work well with. And, you know, so anytime you get, you know, any kind of, we're going to need to do an MRI, we're going to need to do a lab, we try to teach our customers and policyholders to ask for that order so we can actually shop. You deserve to get the treatments, labs, and imaging, but you don't deserve to pay a lot more than what's necessary. And, you know, it's all about, you know, it might seem convenient that they'll set the appointment for you because they work well with them, but chances are they're probably getting a kickback, and it's a huge red flag. Now, you know, with the individuals in the VA, you know, It's great personally. I think that everybody that's qualifies that served our country should be getting any doctor, any hospital, and kind of like a PPO network where they can go anywhere they want to go and get treated and getting taken care of. It's unfortunate that a lot of times they have longer waiting periods than most individuals do, and that's just unfortunate. But I tell everybody, all health insurance sucks. It's my job to make sure you're in the one that sucks the least for you. And really, let's you don't want to pay a lot of money, neither do I. And really, I just want to be empathetic for people. And I don't work for an insurance company. I'm a broker, so I work for my policyholders. I hate to be sold just like everybody else does, and I try to empower my customers with the knowledge to understand, how a plan would be right for them based upon what they told me when I did their initial needs analysis, and ultimately we just take it from there. And then, it's unfortunate because I don't know if anybody's noticed all those private practices that used to be prevalent all over the place. They've all disappeared. And now there's these large hospital groups with the placards on the outside. They buy it up. They're buying up all these, the practices, private practices, and basically like setting this, the usual and customary pricing for procedures and treatments. And, it's unfortunate, but they're also, as they're getting, the billing departments are being taught to actually, and regardless of whether or not it's needed, there's like you have so many MRIs, mammograms, ultrasounds, x-rays, labs that you need to make sure that you're ordering. So it's almost like your patients are your farm animals and you need to get the wool, the milk, everything from them. And it's unfortunate, but that's really what it's coming down to. Now, granted, unfortunately, if you're healthy, you're useless to the healthcare industry. I mean, you have to have a sickness or an accident in order for you to be useful. And sometimes, there'll be doctors that, might. And listen, I didn't go to school for 8 years, but I'm going to ask a lot of different questions in order to determine whether or not I'm being taken for a ride or not,
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Sure, we've had those doctors that continuously do test with no, or what's the end game here? Why do I keep taking these tests, And I tell everybody, there's 5 questions, do I really need this test or procedure? Because the tests are really going to determine what the diagnosis could be. Now, the other thing is, what are the risks for doing the tests? Are there simpler or safer options? And what happens if I don't do anything? But the most important question a lot of people fail to realize is, how much is this going to cost? And I mean, you're entitled to ask those questions. You're entitled to get your answers for them. And if they tell you the cost, if it seems excessive, it probably is. And, you just, you have rights as a patient, to get itemization of charges for any kind of treatments or, visits that you have. And we try to help our customers, actually hold account for people. I had a young lady who went to, it was a weekend. She had an upset stomach. She went to the urgent care, and there was a PA working the weekend there, and she was upset stomach. She was, oh, you might have diverticulitis. And, I'm at the beach at a party, and I'm like, she calls me up. She's like, the urgent care said I needed to get a CT scan. And I said, well, all the outpatient imaging centers that you can get a CT scan for $150 were closed and wouldn't be open until Monday. And she couldn't wait. So she went to the emergency room, spent 45 minutes in the emergency room, got her CT scan. Results were inconclusive. There was nothing determinate to be the problem. She was sent home. And 2 weeks later, she calls me up. She got a bill for $12,479. And yeah, her jaw dropped, and that was after the insurance took care of everything. And so we went and investigated this a little bit further, and we went to the billing department to see if they could reduce the cost, because their website was advertising that the cost of a CT scan was $150. How do you get from $150 to $12,000, please?
Did magic and I guess for the hospital luck.
Well, they just I don't know. I mean, they're gonna ask for it, and if you don't roll up your sleeves, they're probably gonna get it. Well, I learned that sometimes you can ask for help from the regulators in the state, and this one department we sent all the information to, and the information about the pricing on the website, and it was the Florida Department of Agricultural and Consumer Affairs. Well, they wound up calling the billing department, evidently, because within a week, I got a call back from my customer on December 3rd, right before Christmas, crying on the phone, going, "What did you do?" And we're like, "What happened?" She said, the billing department just called up and offered me $200 to settle the claim. And so, yeah. That's why I'm the health insurance bodyguard. You know, you want somebody that's going to advocate on your behalf and try to help you out. And, you know, Merry Christmas. You know, you were rewarded a reduction of $12,279 for a medical bill. And, you know, we were just as happy for the policyholder as she was. So that's great. And then RNC Financial, it's a combination. You know, the insurance business is also, you know, with a financial attribute, as you've understood with that story. You know, it can help you save a little bit more money. But people fail to realize, you know, you can actually turn your debt into wealth if you know, outsmart the banks and by, you know, doing several different things. And really, you know, like I said, everybody hates to be sold. There's an education level of understanding the concept of trying to achieve that and becoming actually your own bank. And you can do that in several different fashions by incorporating index universal life insurance policies. And it's a really nifty strategy that goes on. But really, if you could create a bunch of tax-free income for your retirement, and you're not aware of it right now, and once you see what could the possibilities that could occur for you, you're going to be very, very happy you did. Because I mean, you know, wouldn't it be nice to have $100,000 monthly in tax-free income when you come to retire? And I'll tell you what, the younger you are and you get a life insurance policy, the less costly it's going to be, and the more impact it's going to have on your retirement as well. And I love having those conversations and educating people about that, because, you know, listen, you don't have to do anything. You do what you want. I hate being told what to do, just like everybody else does. But think of me as I'm a resource. You know, I'm that fire extinguisher underneath the sink that's full. When you go to use it, it's working on your behalf. So that's ultimately where I'm at.
Well, you know, one of the smartest things I've ever heard was the saying that the best day to buy, you know, life insurance or you know, health insurance or whatever it is yesterday, but today is not a bad day to get it either, you know, and tomorrow could be too late.
Well, and really, honestly, nobody has on their calendar, you know, hey, what are you doing today? Well, I was thinking about getting in a really big car accident. What do you got going on? And or getting tossed into a ditch off my motorcycle.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. I didn't plan on that day.
Exactly.
Wasn't in your schedule, huh?
No,
we budget for what we can afford. We insure for what we can, and you know, nobody likes to be treated like, you know, shaking the finger. Don't make me stop this car. You know. It's you know, listen, it's a level of awareness and what you're comfortable with, but let's be wise. I mean, it would be so much better if high school, we were taught some of these different concepts about, just balancing your checkbook and paying your bills on time and reducing your debt. And then actually, if you could use some different vehicles in order to improve your financial situation, because the amortization schedule on a loan, 30-year mortgage, I mean, the amount of interest they're getting off of you if you just adhere to the bank's guidelines is ridiculous. And I can show you how to pay off your mortgage in as little as 5 to 7 years, and convert that money that you would have been giving to the bank into your retirement. And I mean, you've already budgeted for it. It's just a matter of formulating it a little bit better. And it's great, using technology. I mean, there's an actual software that allows you to basically, if you follow it, it's just like following a GPS telling you how to get to your destination. And just by doing what the GPS is telling you what to do and paying your bills and actually offsetting the money, it's incredible the outcomes that I'm seeing. And people are like, oh my gosh, I wish I would have met you sooner. And it's you know what, it's you don't know what you don't know until you know. And it's unfortunate that a debilitating or a situation that's tragic gets you to open your eyes first, but you can still learn from the people that have had that experience, and use it to your advantage, and just have fun with the fact that you can actually make a difference and leave a legacy for your family as well. So it's pretty cool. Just the overall education about everything too.
Yeah. Well, and Sarah, one of the things that I was thinking of when Rob was talking about what they taught you in school is one of the things that you have that are, and your company is proving, is that, there's a lot of things health-wise that we're learning every day, that there are different things that, the genetics are an easy way to tell how we're predisposed to reacting to something, and can teach us things about us before we know them.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
That's a fact.
So, I mean, there's so much that we can continue to learn if we just open our ears and listen. Mm-hmm. I know that one of the problems that we face nowadays, and it's a great cause of personal conflict and mental disturbance, is trying to find a job. Our next addition to the event is Emily Chavez. She is a sister in giving, as is Sarah, in the Community Pay It Forward program. Emily, you are joining us from Arizona. How are you doing?
Doing good, Zach. Thank you. How about you?
You changed up your office a little bit on me. So
oh, it's all the kids, This is the office/playroom.
Okay. That's pretty funny. I met her when it was Kid Duh, and Kid Duh was just turning 1. So and now it's kids. But Emily, you help place people and try to help people find employees. You and are working really hard to do that. What are some of the biggest problems that companies are having when it comes to hiring right now?
Yeah, well, it's funny, that kind of changes, but it also always kind of stays the same. I think in the last couple of years, inflation has presented a lot of challenges, and some employers are quicker to catch up than others to raising their salary ranges. And so the employers that can't, or that just haven't yet, they often will struggle to compete in the competitive environment that we have right now. So that's one big thing. I would say also, for depending on the type of job, there's definitely some struggles with people, no showing interviews. I'm sure everyone's heard about that, especially for more entry level jobs. People are, and I encounter that unfortunately even in mid level jobs. People just no show a Zoom interview or even an in person interview. So those are the things that I hear the most often right now.
What industry out there right now is looking for the most help that you have seen?
Ooh, well, so I mostly work with small businesses and nonprofits, and definitely a couple of the hot topics right now are like accounting and finance professionals, as well as in nonprofits, fundraising and development professionals. That industry is struggling often because, again, back to inflation, less discretionary income, less people want to donate money to nonprofits, and therefore less people want to do that job.
Right. Yeah. Well, it does kind of suck, and I think all of us can agree on this one. It does really suck when you get doors slammed in your face every 3 minutes, because you're accused of trying to sell something, and your purpose is trying to help people.
Yeah.
I do invite everybody here. We're all trying to come and make a difference here. So please, if you have any questions, just let me know. I'd love for you to ask questions of each other and interact and help the best we can. Emily, I know that you have aspirations to help people as far out as you can. And what is the process of coming to you and saying, you know what, we are looking for somebody who can work virtually. So what can you do to help us? How would somebody go about doing that?
For sure. Yeah. I have worked with employers all over the US. These days everything could be done virtually. So
Yep.
I've helped both, I'm, like you said, I'm based in Arizona, but I've helped clients in Minnesota and North Dakota and Chicago. So all over the country. In that situation, if it's an in-person position in a different region, I simply just, do all of my sourcing and job postings on their behalf in that region, obviously, and then I'll set up their in-person interviews for them. I've also helped clients that are hiring fully remote positions, and in that case, it's very similar, except the job is posted nationwide and they're doing Zoom interviews. So no matter where the employer is located, the process is still generally the same, where I will do all of, take that legwork out of the search process. I really found that small businesses and nonprofits are so under-resourced as far as staff and money. So I wanted to be able to provide an affordable option that functions similar to a partner and, handle that. I do my best to really get to know the employer, the culture, what would separate a great candidate from a good one, and just go out there and do all the legwork to find those great candidates. And all they really have to do is 2, maybe 3 interviews, and then they're all set and they make their hire.
I have a question, Emily, and I love this. Do you ever, I guess what I'm thinking is a lot of nonprofits and even small businesses, sometimes the hiring process itself, like the interview process, is a big hang up because they really don't know how to interview people.
Oh, yeah.
Do you help? Do you provide services to help in that? Do you support that? Do you maybe do some of the interviewing for people? I'm just kind of curious.
Yes to all of the above. So my services are very all inclusive as far as any consultative services that they need. So I'll always ask during our intake process, what do you already do for your hiring process? What do you struggle with or need help with? Maybe what do you want some advice on? And so some of my clients have nothing, they'll just wing it, and they make up their interview questions as they go, or they just have a conversation. And Although building rapport is good, there should still be some structure.
Right.
So I can create those for them. I can, look at what they're using and help them tweak that, whatever the need might be. And then to the second part of your question, yes, I also do phone interviews as well. And it's a lot more in depth than just like a 5-minute phone screen. Sometimes HR will do, here's the salary, here's the location. When can you start? Okay, well, I'll see if the hiring manager wants to move forward. But I spend about a half hour on each phone interview and really do a deeper dive on the desired qualifications as well, and make sure that I can vet out the candidates who are, just the so-so candidates, because my goal is to give them, like I said, somebody who's going to be excelling in the role, not just, oh yeah, they can do the job.
Right. And I love that for a lot of reasons, but also in this remote world we've all and socially distanced world we have all found ourselves in. I personally, before things went sideways, I found it really hard to even, I couldn't get a job. I mean, I've done a lot of things in my life. I've worked for the federal government. I've been a manager. I've done a lot of things. I couldn't even get an interview for like 6 months when I relocated. And the most frustrating part for me was the reason I couldn't ever talk to anybody. There was never an opportunity to talk to somebody.
Yeah.
Everything is done online, and it's all done, well, we run it through this psychology test, or we're looking for certain words. It's like, how about a conversation?
Yeah.
How about, maybe I don't write things incredibly well, but I can speak well. So I love that there's some focus and some effort being put on actually bringing the human component back into the process.
Yeah. Yeah. And I get a lot of job seekers who are telling me that as well. And these days, it's all about who you know. So I always advise them to be strategic about, apply online, go through the process, but beyond that, utilize your connections. And when you're looking for a job, networking is like, that's half of your work. Honestly, you need to meet people who can put in a good word for you and introduce you to people. So I always tell people as well, like, if you are applying for a job somewhere, go look through the second degree connections on LinkedIn and see who you have in common, and go through that person, ask them for an introduction and a recommendation. So that's something I'll help out candidates with as well. If they're applying somewhere and I know someone at that company, I say, just let me know and I'll send them a message and, put your name out there.
Rob, someday I'd imagine that yourself and your wife would like to bring on some help. What would be some of the things that you would like someone like Emily to check before you would bring on an employee?
And experiences in entrepreneurship, where you're your own boss and you've had successes with that. A 1099 person that, if they aren't generating revenue generating activities, then they're gonna starve. And ultimately it's when it depends, on the position that you're in, but, being able to take direction and, following that direction. There's all sorts of people that are always looking for the shortcuts of something, and they might be mavericks, but you can quite quickly figure out if somebody is sharp in their creativity on solutions and problem solving skills, especially in the advocacy aspect of what it is that, my wife and I are doing. Outside the box thinking is, my wife was able to get a insurance plan and getting the right people to speak with each other to make a decision where there was a one-time acceptance of an insurance policy in order to circumvent an excessive medical bill. And my wife was able to put that together by getting the people that actually could make the decision to speak together instead of just throwing your hands up in the air and having an excessive medical bill. So, you know, I would say that, you know, just, you know, that creativity of understanding the process and understanding that, you know, getting the certain individuals to speak that actually can make those decisions is probably utmost of importance. And then also, you know, the skill set of speaking in front of people. You know, I'm that guy that I can stand up in front of an audience, tons of people. I have no difficulty. I'm animated. You know, I have the ability to, I'm not shy. So, you know, I've got that ability, but there's a lot of people that just don't ever ask them to stand in front of, you know, a room of people. And, you know, like I said, you know, and in essence, you know, you do get what you pay for, you know, and making it, you know, and ultimately, you know, my wife had her own business for, you know, 17 years and sold it for a pretty penny. And one of the things, you know, it's offering the benefits. The people that worked with her wouldn't go anywhere else because she paid for their entire insurance policy. You know, the benefits involved with being there. And you know, if they were sick for a week, she still paid them their salary too. You know, having you know, it's being a business owner. You know, it's not so much it's not what you do. It's what you don't do that is really a determinant factor. So does that answer the question at all?
Well, I don't know. Let's find out. With what Rob just mentioned, Emily, what would you ask of applicants?
Well, before I answer that, so just one thought, kind of as you were saying the last part of that, what your wife has done for her employees, it makes me think of the saying, you know, people don't leave jobs, they leave managers. And that is so true in my experience. 90% of the time when someone's leaving a job, it's because they don't like their manager. So I think it's great, you know, it just shows that your wife truly cares. And often that is the draw of a small business environment or a nonprofit even is it's not, you know, some huge corporation and you're just a number, you know, another wheel in the cog, so to speak. It is more personal. So I do find that people that come from smaller businesses, you know, it can be really challenging for someone to be successful coming from a corporate environment into a startup just because of all of the different types of challenges. You know, you really got to pitch in areas that are technically outside of your job description oftentimes. So just wanted to say that. But as far as your question, Zach, you were saying, what would I ask for interviewing processes for that?
If you had applicants coming at you that are, if you're trying to fill Rob's position, what would be the things that you would expect from applicants?
Yeah. So definitely like sales and business development positions are ones that I have worked on a number of times. Funny enough, in so many different industries, whether it's roofing sales, like door-to-door knocking, that's one of my big clients, or what are the other ones? Well, the nonprofit fundraising in a way is almost like sales. But generally, any of those types of positions that involve the sales aspect in some regard, I always utilize behavioral-based interview questions, which basically means, you know, tell me what you have done, not any hypotheticals, but give me an example from your past experience. And then I also align my reference check process. It's a lot more personalized than just a, you know, five question reference check. It's always really verifying some of the things that they have said about themselves and asking directly for supervisor references that will speak to what this candidate has said about themselves. So that's one thing I do to ensure consistency and accuracy. Assessments can be a good option as well, whether it's a personality assessment or a skill assessment. So that's kind of something that I will look at and talk to each individual client about what might be best for them. And then I agree 100%, Rob, as far as the personality aspect. Generally for sales positions, I know within sometimes as soon as they answer the phone, I know if they'll be the right fit or not. Or at least I know if they won't be the right fit, I should say.
Right. You can hear that just tonality will definitely describe what it is you're dealing with, and
Exactly.
in a very short amount of time. Well, that's good. Actually, just the skill set of immediately, God gave you 2 ears and one mouth, listening for those different attributes is extremely important. And I couldn't agree with you more about, anytime you ever left someplace, it was because of the manager and not because of the tasks of the job so much. But it's unfortunate where now you're in a leadership role and all of a sudden they formulate themselves into, how can I be the most, they always think of their worst experience from previous upline people, and they try to emulate that for some reason. And I'm just like, man, I'll tell you what, everybody just winds up just missing the target altogether when they do some things like that. And I want to ask you, so do you find yourself also, when you get a placement ultimately is going to get you paid, do you do a lot of coaching the interviewee, the person being interviewed, on some of the questions they should be asking because it's a two-way street. You need to be interviewing the business as well as what they're looking for. You need to make sure it's a good fit for you. What are some of the questions you're teaching your interviewers to ask the potential employer?
That's a great question. And I'm not sure if this is exactly what you're talking about, but one thing that I do a little bit differently than some recruiters is a lot of recruiters will really, really coach someone on, they're looking for this, they're looking for that. Make sure you tune up on this or work on that or emphasize this. And while I will do some of that, if it's true, I'm always making sure, because I'm representing the company ultimately, and they're the ones that, that, like you said, that I'm getting my paycheck from. And so they need to have the right fit. And so I never want to hide things about a candidate, if that makes sense. I will never.
And it's going to be a short-lived placement ultimately. You want it to be for the long term in order for them to want to continue to use you because of the success rate that you've achieved ultimately. And I get it, you're trying to, obviously be on time, but how much emphasis do you put on the thank you email that you send to the person that interviewed you? And do you tell them about doing it, or you leave that hanging to see whether or not they're sharp enough to recognize that?
Yeah, often I think that is something that a good candidate will innately know that they need to do. And so I want to test the waters and see if they're going to take that extra step. And some clients, like I've had clients tell me before that they will not hire someone unless they on their own preemptively send that thank you note. And so that can take a while, unfortunately. And you would be surprised how many even salespeople don't send even a one sentence thank you note after an interview. But yeah, I've had situations like that. And no, I will not tell the candidate that they have to do it, because I think that if that is something the client is looking for, the initiative, I want to see if that's a genuine thing coming from the candidate.
Right. It's unfortunate because a lot of these qualified people that, they're like, well, this person and this person, they're neck and neck, but this person sent the thank you and this person didn't. Mm-hmm. Now all of a sudden that's, boom, that other person just went to the top.
Yeah.
And it's something as simple as sometimes it's the little things unfortunately.
Absolutely. Well, and take note, all you job seekers listening today.
Well, that's kind of what we're looking to do. We are just trying to, solve a few of the problems out there. And that's the reason why I love having, different guests on. Every single one of us come from a different area. That's exactly what I said at the end of the last hour. Each one of us comes from a different area, and each one of us looks at the world a little bit of a different way. But if we put our heads together, maybe we can answer questions that people have. And even if we stumble across the answer, or we're able to teach somebody how to approach looking for a job, make sure, I think one of the lessons that I've had that I found just beyond invaluable was something called transferable skills. And it's where hey, you know what? One of my duties in this restaurant was, sweeping the floor at the end of the night. Well, I've got janitorial skills. And it just kind of opens up a whole new world to what, and possibilities of being hired. So are you ready yet, Sarah? Are you ready to answer this question? So, the last couple hours have really kind of proved to me that this needs to be a 24-hour podcast, because we're not having enough time for conversations, but we're learning so much, and I appreciate everything that you guys are bringing to the table here. But the final question I have for you guys is, if you had a magic wand and you could start a change with that magic wand, what would it be?
I have one, actually. I have this.
Okay.
It's a very loose, I have no idea how this is going to happen, or if it's going to happen, or when it's going to happen. But I have this very big goal, as far as I just feel that so many of our culture's current problems with education system, homelessness, poverty, foster care system, the, blanking on the word, but prison and our justice system, all of it is so intertwined and broken. And I do believe, my background is actually, before this, I did recruiting for a school. And I do believe that so much of that is due to education, and how our system is, failing to educate our children, and then they drop out, or they don't have the skills needed. And then all these other things happen. So that would be the thing. I mean, it's a lot of things. It's not just one, but I guess it kind of starts with education. So I have dreams someday of getting back into that industry in some way, shape, or form.
Okay, Sarah, great answer, by the way.
What's that?
I just said great answer, by the way. I love that.
I was just going to say that was amazing, Emily, and I mean, I would second that 100,000%. And I think education, if there was gosh, and you said this, a magic wand, education, I think, is the key to literally everything. It's the key to our socioeconomic issues. It's the key to our family health issues. It's the key to our mental health issues. It's our physical health. I mean, literally, a lack of education is probably the most powerful tool, and the one thing that could do the most to change everything, regardless of where it's at. Because if you don't know what you don't know, like you said, Rob, you don't know. If you don't know, you don't know it, you don't know. And that's the problem. And it affects all of us. It affects everything we do. And I think from education too is where a sense of curiosity comes from, and being open-minded and thinking about, well, what if maybe it can, what if that's doable, and like I said, just even in just my little, corner of the screen here. Like I said, my tagline is born of that, literally that lack of education and lack of open-mindedness and lack of curiosity. It's like, stop, just stop. Like, what was that gal back in the 80s? Stop the insanity. It's like, stop thinking you can't, stop thinking it's not possible, stop thinking there's no hope. There is, but you have to be able to, you have to be willing to be open to it, which means you have to be willing to be educated. So I love that. Emily, that was perfect.
And Rob?
And if I can go, I'll tell you, technology, it's pretty cool. It's interesting. But I'll tell you, growing up in, the 80s with a mullet and stuff, I didn't have a cell phone. I didn't even have a pager. But there's a bunch of people that are the youth nowadays that they never experienced customer service before, because all this technology now that we've got, you can text them, you can email them, you can do all these other things rather than getting on the phone with them and having a conversation and actually delivering customer service. And in the industry that I'm in, I think every medical bill should have an itemization for each code that was used, with the designation and the, procedural code determining how much you charge for that. So an itemization of charges should be going with every medical bill, so that way you can see whether or not is it true or is it false. But that's customer service to the patient, and we really didn't have to worry about this stuff way back in the day. And with all the technology around that's going on with the youth, I mean, I'll bet you there's the people born in 2000 have never ever experienced customer service, because it just wasn't, the customer always being right was that mantra we grew up with in the 80s, and it's disappeared. And unfortunately, I would love for it to come back. Bring it on.
And now, Rob, because you said that, the one thing that if I had a magic wand, I'd like to go back and see Rob with his mullet and parachute pants. Just saying. Just saying.
No judgment. No judgment.
Football helmet. I was rocking that mullet, man.
Right. The 80s were a very unique time.
Oh, they were.
Graduation photos. Okay.
Yeah, Emily, Sarah, Rob, thank you guys for making this segment so beautiful. Thank you for everything that you guys have done, and thank you for allowing me to take up this portion of time from your day. And thank you for helping us try to make a difference in someone's life. I greatly appreciate everything that you guys do, and I just want to thank you so much.
That got you, Zach.
So you can find all their information on the website, and we'll get hooked back up with them sooner than later. So Emily, Sarah, and Rob, thank you all.
Thank you, Zach.
Thank you, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Everyone, thank you all both.
Have a wonderful day.
Amazing. Again, it's just, look, I love all the information that we're coming up with today. Every hour has been different. Every hour has had a different aspect to it. Every hour has had its own unique spin. But the one thing about it is that every hour has had to do with growing and learning and helping. And that's the most important thing. So, hey, I need to draw attention to everybody at the bottom of the screen. We've been seeing it going on throughout the day. If you take and you tag 4 of your friends, and the way you tag your 4 friends is you put the little @ symbol before their name. So you put the @ symbol, and then you start to spell out their name. Whatever social network you're on, it should take, and their name should pop up on there. You tag them. Tag 4 of your friends and a nonprofit. Do this once an hour. And every hour when you do this, you are entered in to win a trip for 2 or 4 if you have 2 kids under the age of 12 to Cancun. We're going to be drawing at the end of this show for a winner for a trip for 2 or 4, if you've got 2 kids under 12, they get to go to Cancun on our great friends at Share the Credit. And Mr. Will Black will be joining us tonight at my schedule's starting to get a little blurry already. So at 9 p.m. Eastern, so 7 right here in the mountain. But once again, I want to say thank you to Rob, to Sarah, and to Emily. You were great. I appreciate it, and everything that you guys suggested and answered. Even that uncomfortable question I'm going to throw out every hour. This is the time of the hour that I get to sneak away for right around 3.5 minutes. Go and stretch my legs real quick, and then we're going to come back and we're going to talk about connecting and animals. We've got Taki Hicks and Debbie are waiting in the green room right now, and we're hoping to get the group from Tags and Dogs of Wyoming training companion dogs for our vets and so much more. So please stick with us. Again, I want to take this real quick minute to shout out everyone who is a part of what we're doing, who has had a part in putting this show together. Without your help, I could not be here. So please make sure that you share this program out. When we get back, there's going to be a QR code up in this corner. Make sure that you jump on that QR code, share it to all your friends, bid, donate, do whatever you can, because these nonprofits that are going to be mentioned in this little promo, they benefit when you participate. So thank you to everyone who is helping me put this together. Thank you all. Thank you, everybody who's commented. Thank you, everybody who's participated, who's watched. All we're asking is for people to dedicate at least 22 minutes a day during this day. And you know what? My suggestion is a little bit more, because tagging your friends could get you that trip to Cancun. And all you got to do is tag your friends and one nonprofit. Give that nonprofit all the love you can. Make sure that people know that they're there. That's one of the best things that you can do for a nonprofit. You can get people involved by asking them to scan the QR code in the corner. That QR code helps support those 9 veteran-centric organizations that are out there. We're going to be talking to a couple of them starting next hour. Oh, actually, we're hopefully we're going to get one of them on this hour, Dogs and Tags. I hope that they pop on in. But we're going to be bringing in first one of the ladies that I was able to thank on this on that little intro. And she joined me a couple weeks ago, and we talked about her wonderful pet products. I would like to introduce you to Debbie. How you doing, Debbie?
I'm great. How are you, Zach? Real excited to be here.
You know what? I'm thrilled to have you here, because the products that you have can help in so many ways. And I know that you guys are working really hard, and I like the way that we're going to take, and this hour we're looking at trying to help dogs, because you know as well as I do, pets, sorry, not just dogs. I did exactly what you did last time.
Yes.
You know, and hey, but you know what? In my defense, if I was a good boss, I'd have to give myself at least 15 minutes off. I'm in hour number 8 already. So, you know, that's, but I should be required to give myself at least a 30-minute lunch. So, but who needs food?
It's one day a year.
Yeah. So, but our pets mean so much to us now. You know, there's so many things in this world that can go a little kerfluffle on us, I guess is the best way for me to put it. But our pets are always there for us. We need to keep them healthy, right?
Yes.
So why don't you do me a favor and tell us a little bit about what you've got going?
Okay. I wanted to introduce. Do you have the picture I sent you? Is there any way to get?
Yeah,
that?
I'm trying to pull it up right now. Sorry, I've been. Oh, you know what? This picture reminds me of something, and I need to take just a real quick second to do this. Douglas County here in Colorado lost a deputy sheriff yesterday to a traffic accident. Our hearts, our minds, our thoughts are all with the Douglas County Sheriff's Office and all of the law enforcement there in Douglas County, his family, his loved ones, his friends. My heart goes out to you. It was a traffic accident, to the best of my knowledge. I don't know a lot about it, and I'm not going to release his name because I don't feel like that's my area to do so. But I do want to send our heart, our love to Douglas County Sheriff's Department for your loss, the loss, and the family and friends. So sorry to take away from your time there, Debbie, but and you'll see why I remembered this in just a second. But yes, so to Douglas County, our condolences and our hearts are with you.
Yeah. So while Zach is, oh, there it is right there. So Jason Higgins is a connection of mine on LinkedIn. He's the Public Service Information Officer at Plymouth, Massachusetts Police Department. And this is the handler of Eamon, who is Greg. And Greg, as you can tell, taught Eamon how to salute. And Jason posted this almost a year ago. I've had it in my photos. I just love it. And I thought that this was a great way to introduce our segment today, because service animals are so important. I believe that this one is more of a emotional support service animal. I could be wrong, but from the little clip that I read there, I think that is the case. In my case, I live in Southern Arizona. When I think of service animals, I actually think more of drug sniffing dogs, because obviously we have a lot of issues. But gosh, how many times have we seen on Facebook or on LinkedIn the pictures of the dogs who had service longer than their handler, and then the handler was going to be able to take them in for their forever home? I'm going to cry.
Yeah.
I just think those are so wonderful. We want our pets to live a long, healthy life, but we want it to be a good quality life. And that's what we're all about, is discovering some things about the products that I carry. That's what I want to accomplish today. Everybody's heard about mushrooms lately. They're the big thing. The mushroom that is the ingredient in our dog treats and some of our food is called the Coriolis versicolor mushroom. No test, I promise. But it takes a while to learn just how to pronounce it. But it was actually the first recorded use was in the 1300s in the Ming Dynasty. Now, I wasn't alive then. And even if I was, whatever Chinese dialect they recorded it in, I wouldn't have been able to read. But they did record it. And the first use actually with humans was for melancholy, which we now call depression. So that might be something for us to explore too, is how to be able to help service people in that respect. The Coriolis versicolor mushroom is in the turkey tail family. I used to think that the two were interchangeable, but they're not. The Coriolis is actually the most potent of all of the mushrooms. So it is a mushroom supplement. If you're looking for something to get high, I'm sorry, you're going to have to go elsewhere. This does not serve that purpose. It is just a supplement, just like you would take your regular vitamin. But as I said, the most potent, and part of that is because of the harvesting method. It's harvested in the mycelial stage. It's harvested. We use the part of the plant that is below ground, which is more potent than the fruiting body, which is above ground. The other thing is that it's harvested when it's young. So there's a plus and a minus. When it's young, it's more potent, which is what we want. When it's young, there's not as much of the Coriolis versicolor produced. So we just have to have more plants. But it also allows us, that harvesting method, to get 2 polysaccharides in it. Usually there's only one if you look at the products out there. There are also 400 studies done in the United States, both on pets and humans. There was a study done by University of Pennsylvania on an aggressive type of cancer, which I'm sorry, I can't say. But not because it's a secret, just because.
Because it's a medical term.
Right. Exactly.
I can't say most of the prescriptions they've given me in my life. Yeah. What do you take for your headaches? You know.
Yeah. So. Exactly. So so the study was, they gave half of the dogs in the study the Coriolis versicolor mushroom, and the other half of the dogs did not have it. The dogs that had the mushroom lived twice as long as the dogs that did not. So viable studies done by independent organizations, and lots of testimonials that we get. And I want to share one testimonial, and then I'll leave it to Zach to ask my question, or his question. I've been on 2 previous segments, so I know. I mean, watch 2 previous segments.
Yeah.
So there was a litter of golden retrievers, and the sister took one and the brother took one. I don't know what happened to the others. That's not relevant. But both of the dogs started having seizures, so it must have been genetic at a very early age. And the brother was familiar with these products and started giving the mushroom. We call them treats, but they're really supplements. They're really, more important than treats. The dogs think of them as treats, so that's fine. Pets, sorry. And also our mineral supplement. So within the first month, I want to get this right, the number of I'm talking about 5 to 8 seizures a day now. So, and this might correspond to PTSD issues. But the brother's dog within the first 30 days had a reduced number of seizures on a daily basis. Another 30 days after that, he only had 1 seizure, and that was not per day. That was 1 seizure total. And another 30 days had no seizures. The sister, on the other hand, had a relative who was in training. So for veterinary school, to be a veterinarian. And he goes, oh no, there's a lot of stuff out there. Just go ahead and keep giving what your vet recommended. So she did not give the products. Her dog continued to have seizures. And at the end of a year, while her brother's dog had been seizure free for quite a while, she finally decided that she needed to try the mushrooms. And she did. And she basically had the same time frame that he had, where reduced the first month down to 1 or 2 seizures the second month, and then after that, seizure free. So that's just one example. The reason that we have one product that, or one ingredient, I should say, in various products that works positively on the immune system is that is what it's designed to do, to give you immune support to the level that your body can heal itself. We're not curing anything. We're allowing the body to heal itself. So if anybody on here has any suggestions for what I can do to reach the community that would help service animals, I would love that, because again, we want them to be able to cure themselves of whatever ails them, and would love to be instrumental in that.
Well, maybe a couple ladies that might have a question or two for you are our next additions. It's our dear friends from Dogs and Tags of Wyoming. They are one of our mission partners that we are raising money for on this venture. So I would like to bring you Paula and Candace from Dogs and Tags. And who do we have in your arms?
Lucy.
Okay. I was kind of spying on you in our little window, and that little tail was just going around and around and around. Yeah. It looked like, it kind of reminded me of one of our dogs. That tail gets spinning and around, and if you walk in front of it, you're going to bust a leg. Her tail just gets moving. So, but how are you doing, ladies?
We're doing great. We're glad to be here today, and we want to thank you, Zach, for asking us to come on and allowing us to, give awareness to service dogs and let people know that we're out there to help in any way we possibly can. Yeah. Well,
Debbie is joining us, and Debbie has a product that helps dogs with a natural healing aspect. Debbie, you were just talking about seizures and stuff. When dogs come to you, Paula and Candace, do you ever have to worry about a dog having an issue like that? And do you worry about trying to find like all natural healing products, or what do you guys use for the treatment of the animals?
Well, being service dogs, there's a lot of medical criteria they have to go through. And unfortunately, a dog that has a seizure would not qualify for our program. However, I do have a profit business, which is called Wyoming Canine Training Academy. And we do train all other aspects of dogs, from scent detection, obedience, and reactive dogs. I have found in the past that people have brought me dogs that they feel are reactive. However, the situation is the dog's having a 3 or 4 second silent seizure. And when they come out of the seizure, they're fearful. So then they're biting and snapping at anything around them. And this is something that it's very uncommon for the owners to miss, just because they don't notice it. And a lot of times dogs already freeze before they react to something. It's part of the fear response is to freeze. But if the owners don't know to look for this or know how to notice it, which is after this happens, you want to look at their eyes and see if they're darting. If their eyes are darting back and forth, that means that they're getting ready to have a seizure or just had a seizure. And if they're afraid when they come out of this, of anything that's near them, they may snap and bite. And generally in this situation, I do send them down to the Fort Collins area to a veterinarian that specializes that. And it generally takes care of the problem with medication. But I think it's amazing that there is an all-natural medication out there for these people and these dogs. It's just like us humans. We would rather take natural supplements than going to the doctor and taking a bunch of medications that are killing our liver and doing unhealthy things to our bodies. And we are firm believers in CBD over trazodone. A lot of veterinarians like to just give their, overactive dogs trazodone. Try a little CBD. It's natural. And that's something that we really, really push our clients to be open to, for sure.
Yeah, and we have also seen like probiotics help with reactive dogs. Even the trying the hemp, the CBD with the lion's mane, the mushrooms. So that's becoming a new, more of a product and stuff. And it's, not just helping humans, but, dogs as well. So yeah, we're big firm believers, in that stuff that, that's more natural, that, that's not going to have, side effects and, cause more problems and stuff like that. But us as trainers, that's what we try to look for, is the whole problem. Why isn't this dog?
Uh-oh.
So
sorry about that. I don't know why you guys blanked out there.
That's okay. And even with our clients, our PTSD clients, we hope that by giving them a service dog to help with their moods and their reactions, their hypervigilance and such, we hope that receiving this dog is going to actually help them reduce their medications rather than going up in medications. So, I could do a whole discussion on all natural and medical use of medications on dogs and people all day long.
Right? Yeah, I understand that. So
can I?
Yeah, go on ahead, Debbie.
Okay, thanks. Sorry, Zach. What you were saying about the probiotics and the prebiotics, because I know a lot of people cook for their dogs, and well, some people anyway. But then if they don't add that, they're missing it. So that's one thing that we also have in the dog food is the probiotics and the prebiotics, so that it's already mixed in. So just wanted to check that out.
Yeah, I would. I will definitely make an introduction to you, to this group. Make sure that you guys are able to get in touch with each other, because yeah, these mushrooms, I think it is so much better to do than, we had a conversation earlier where we were talking about, it's kind of funny that sometimes the side effects for something minor are much worse than the thing you're taking the medication for.
Mhm.
Are we finding that the same problem with our animals?
Yeah. Absolutely.
It
Absolutely.
may stop itching, but they might lose a leg.
Yeah, like trazodone, it's going to calm them down, but they're going to sit in the corner and drool.
Yeah.
Let's give them a little CBD and calm them naturally. It's like melatonin with a kick, and see if that's more beneficial than having your dog over there drooling in the corner. That's not a quality of life. And if you want a dog that just sits in the corner and drools, you shouldn't have a dog.
And sometimes we see too with trazodone, we're not a big fan of trazodone, but sometimes what we see is the dog becomes more active because he doesn't feel like he's in control.
It has a negative reaction instead of, just calming the dog.
Right. But you said that the service dogs then do not qualify if they're in that group of dogs that we're talking about now that need the medication. Is that correct?
Correct. We don't want dogs that have medical issues. We can't have a dog, that's out working with their owner and having a seizure instead of taking care of their owner. So, that would be something that would disqualify a dog from our program.
That makes total sense.
Okay, but Debbie, are there other just naturally, preventative care? We were looking. I remember I was looking on there that my white dog has a stomach that'll clear a room. There's just no doubt about it. If my white dog is in the room, because the room has a very unique and horrible smell.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's something that is not, I guess it's a physical trait. Well, it makes me physically nauseous, but is this something that eliminates a dog for service or would that be?
A gassy dog wouldn't eliminate him from service. We would definitely, work with the owner to find a food that could help with that digestive issue. Generally, it's something in your food. It's a certain protein or a certain grain or something like that just does not settle good in their stomach. And, these days with all of the different kinds of dog foods and all the additives and all the crap that they put in, bagged dog food, it's hard to eliminate. And it's a long drawn out process of trying different foods. I would definitely start with a limited ingredient food. One of my favorite go-tos is Signature. It's Signature with a Z, with a limited ingredient. That's generally a good place to start. And then in that brand of food, I try different proteins. I'll do a duck. And if he has a problem with the duck, I'll go to pork, and then I'll go to beef, and then I'll go to fish, and then I'll go to venison, and see if that limited ingredient with different proteins, if there's one that you find works the best.
Yeah, and I'm a big fan of the pro prebiotics too, because just like us, if we have stomach problems, maybe it's a gut issue, and trying to start there, or they smell really yeasty, so that's a gut issue, or an allergy thing. So that's kind of
a really good probiotic to try is called Acidophilus, and you can get it at any natural grocery store. And you just put a little bit in their food, and that helps as well.
It's the computer. Don't start freaking out. He's looking around.
Because I hear barking dogs.
Yeah. He's like, hey, somebody's here. They're gonna eat my owner.
We definitely have lots of barking dogs.
So, like I said, I will definitely connect you all together. That's for sure. We have one last screen that we need to get filled here. And this is a gentleman I met the other day in a networking group that is going to happen here in about an hour and a half. and he's going to be joining us, and he is a master of connecting people. I just hate screwing up names, and I think I'm going to. Taki Hicks, how are you doing? We can't hear you. You're muted, brother.
Am I on now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you now. We got you now.
All
How
right.
you doing?
Great, Zach. I'm doing absolutely incredible. And yourself, and by the way, you didn't mess up the name. I always tell people it's like it's Taki, like the chips. But I've answered to so many other names that I guess it really doesn't matter. But yeah, you got the name right. And first of all, I just want to definitely say, man, I am really feeling this, what you're doing here. I've been in backstage, and of course, I do non-emergency transportation, so y'all forgive me, I'm driving. But I've been in the backstage listening, and man, the information and the people that have come on here have been absolutely incredible. I really thank you for this, Zach. It's a thing that comes from my heart, which is connecting. And hey, I think you might be the master at that right now.
You know, here's the thing. I'm a guy who likes to talk. People have told me that I'm really good at it, and I really shouldn't be. I love being able to do what we do because we have one mission, and our mission is to try to take care of people. Every single one of us can agree that if we're not helping someone, you know, we're not doing a good job. And I think that's the reason why every single one of us is signed up to do what we're doing here and trying to help people. Taki, tell us a little bit about yourself and about your program.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So, as Zach mentioned, I consider myself to be a connector. I believe connection is everything, and I experience that everything is connected. That is a short version of my story, which my story begins with my military experience, actually. Coming into the military, I was coerced. Maybe that's a harsh word, but my father said it's a great time to join the military. We're at a time of peace, and you can learn a trade and get on with it, get on out, get in, get out. So I remember those words echoing that we're at a time of peace as I sat in the mess decks and watched the television where our president declared war. And I remember thinking, oh, well, you know.
Yeah.
And we were already in Desert Storm, and it's almost like instantly when he said that speech, you heard all the guns going off, and I came to reality of what was actually happening in my life. And I'm sure some other veterans can agree, if you've experienced war and most of your life you've probably been kind of, myself, I'm anti-war. I believe we can all just get along and settle things peaceably. And I remember saying, while we were out there, I remember commenting to one of my comrades that why don't Bush and Saddam just get in the boxing ring and settle the thing between them? I don't even know why I'm out here. And I'm supposed to, you know, be violently averse to this person based on some issues that these two leaders have. And I just basically didn't understand it. And it created a mindset in me that said, you know, I was born alone, so I'm going to die alone. And, you know, having most of my childhood experience of growing up alone, I was cool with that. But I didn't realize that that was a very bad mindset. And it caused me to close up, which I find when I was working in the VSO, I noticed a lot of other veterans were the same way. And this causes a lot of us to miss out on a lot of the opportunities and programs and things even like this that are out there because we're so closed in our own world that we think, I came in here by myself. I guess I'm leaving out by myself. I might as well get used to it. And that mindset keeps us from knowing what opportunities are out there. When I was discharged, as I remember it, I think they gave me my discharge papers, told me this is your DD 214, take care of it, don't lose it, you're gonna need it. And that was pretty much it. They didn't tell me about, hey, there's some programs here that you can try. There's this, there's help, there's that. And so I didn't notice then, but the war and another situation that I wrote about, and I actually wrote a book as well. I wrote about the experience that also happened through a ministry that I was going through at the time that I was in the service as well. So these things kind of created the soup that created my PTSD, my mental issues, depression, etc. And it started to get bad. And because I still had the mentality of I came in alone, I'm going to die alone, I just basically kept all that in to myself. And that's one of the worst things you can do with this type of condition. If you have it, you have to get amongst people. My word is connect. You need to be connecting with resources like we've had here. And Zach, I hope there's going to be because I wasn't able to get on my device and get all the contact information, but a lot of those guys guys and gals, I love to connect with because we're all on the same page on a lot of things that was said. But we have to realize, there's a scripture that says we know in part because we see in part now. There's so much we don't see. Science says the human eye is only seeing 1% of what's all going on in this world that we're in right now, in this reality. So that being the case, if we know in part and we see in part, the part that we're missing most is that each person has a unique part that they see and they are bringing to the world. And if we're not making those connections, we'll miss that part. So much information and so many resources and so many things have come out of just this here from me listening in the background that I see that there's so many parts that people bring to the table that if we can open up and all these issues that we see we have in our world is, and to answer the question that I think is coming in the end, the magic wand that would answer a lot of these issues, in my opinion, it would be starting to see these connections and actually realize that we're all connected on so many deeper levels, the micro, the macro, from the micro to the macro. So from the microscopic atomic level inside of you, it mirrors the cosmos macro that you're living in. And being able to see that and realize that we're all connected. There's no them against us. There's no black versus white. There's not this thing. Those are the things that people that are too ignorant to open up their eyes and start to see a lot of the stuff that's unseen. I mentioned 99% of what we're looking at, we don't even see. So we focus on these little tiny small 1% of things that we think we know or see, and that's where we lose it. I remember someone telling me there's actually only like 5 or 6 bad people in the whole wide world. Now they move around a lot, but there's only 5 or 6. But
I've run into those 5 or 6 people a couple times.
Yeah, we all have ran into a few of them. They move around a lot, like I said.
Yeah.
But if we can get around them and their tiny view of what's going on and realize the greater, bigger picture of everything being connected, from not just our human connection, but our connecting to the plant, our connection to the plants, the animal life, all of these things, we can get past those fears, because I think the fear is one of the biggest things that's causing us to see things in a certain way. And like I mentioned, I did write a book about it. It's called The Connection. I do advise people to check that out. My website I wasn't able to put on there. Like I said, I
Actually,
am
you know what?
driving.
I've got your link tree. I've got your link tree up here. Let me ask you ladies a real quick question. And Debbie, we'll start with you. Tucky made mention that, you know, it doesn't matter black, white, whatever. Here's the thing that I always tell people, okay? You know what? There can be a white guy standing next to me that's 10 foot, 10 foot. If he's 10 foot, I'm running like hell. I'm not standing next to that guy. That can be 5 foot, 10 3/4, be a pretty hefty guy who's graying and balding a little bit. We're still going to be different. He can look identical to me, but we're still going to be different. Every single one of us is different, male, female, whatever. But there's none of us that's any less the same, because we're all human. We're all human. We should take care of each other. And it doesn't matter where we come from. It doesn't matter who we are, what we are. We're all the same. And, you know, there's not a single one of us that gets cut and bleeds green. Okay? There might be some green stuff that comes out every once in a while, but, you know, I've drank some funky stuff in my life. But, but the truth is, all of us are the same. Debbie, do you agree with that statement? How do you feel about that?
Well, yeah, I get very frustrated when I feel like these politicians are trying to get us to act, hostile to each other, like we're different.
Yeah.
Because we're not. I mean, when you say you don't see the color of someone's skin, I think you do notice if, what ethnic background they're from, but that doesn't mean that it's a derogatory thing. It doesn't mean that you're looking down on them. It's just something that you're probably going to notice, because everybody is not the same, like you said. But that doesn't mean that their value as a human being is less than mine, because it's not.
See, I think it's a hell of a lot less the color of their skin and more the color of their soul. Mm-hmm. Ladies, you guys at Dogs and Tags, have there been different people who come into you that look identical that had different needs?
Oh, absolutely. I'm a dog trainer, and, I'm all about dogs. So I'm going to put this in the dog perspective. A dog is a dog, but every breed is absolutely different. Every breed has different traits, different ingrained knowledge, such as you have herding dogs, you have scent detection dogs, you have all these dogs. But at the end of the day, guess what it is? It's a dog.
Yep.
At the end of the day, every color, every race, every size, shape, anything. Guess what? At the end of the day, it's a human, and every human should be treated as a human.
Right.
I absolutely agree, except for one thing that I've got to argue. Every Chihuahua is kind of a jerk.
Hey, that's just another one of those ingrained traits, right? Still a dog.
I think it's funny. I really do. I think it's funny that everybody gives this bad name to pit bulls. It's like, have you ever met a Chihuahua that's nice? I mean, they just...
I think there's some Chihuahua owners out there that would disagree with you.
Nice. I had one that was nice. It did a lot of shaking, but it wasn't an aggressive type dog. It was pretty cool.
Actually, you know what? My son has, my son's girlfriend has this little Chihuahua. Well, I'm not going to say little Chihuahua. It's a tiny dog, but the dog is about as wide around as it is long. So, I mean, the dog's dramatically overweight, but is the cutest, funniest dog. and thinks it's bigger than every other dog around. Yes, we're talking about you animals. Boy,
I like that. I like the analogy, Zach, because I feel, and I write about this as well, and I talk about this, is that is another thing that's missing is we've kind of drifted away from natural things in nature. You know, it's natural for a Chihuahua to bark at a German Shepherd, but it's not barking at the German Shepherd because it's a German Shepherd. It's biting because it's barking because it feels threatened. It naturally feels threatened. There's no poodles that are ganging up and saying, "All right, we're against Labradors. We're not feeling those Labradors." We see all these things in nature that represent a lot of things that we have missed, because if we study our history, we were more back in nature, back in our history. Our ancestors understood that, and then they looked at nature and they saw how, wow, we're kind of focused on a man's world. This is a man's world, but when you look at nature, there's not a king bee, there's not a king ant, there's not anything that insinuates that it's the male first as far as community and society, but we've been the ones that have created that society where it's a man's world, and I believe that has hurt us as well. It's not just the racial issues, it's not just the political issues. We are finding all these little different niches to basically collectivify ourselves into these little groups or whatever, and that's how we miss it all.
I completely agree. So, Tucky, you've already answered the question. Debbie, it's your turn. Magic wand. I give you a magic wand. What do we start working on today that's going to change for us for a better?
Well, obviously, I'm going to say something about the dogs. I just would like all the dogs to be well cared for, not to be in shelters. Have somebody that as I say, they have unconditional love for us, and we need to show them unconditional love as well.
I agree. Paula and Candace, if I gave you guys a magic wand today, what would you guide us to start working on to try to change the world?
You know, I don't know that there is a magic wand to change the world. I guess I wish that everybody could love everybody as unconditional as a dog loves their owners.
I really do. I like that one. Because as annoying as my dogs can be sometimes, you know what? I love them, and they definitely, I think, love me. I know they love to bug me while I'm on my shows. So, but hey, real quick, everyone, you can help us raise money today for Dogs and Tags and the other 8 organizations that deal with helping people in need, helping people feel human, helping people with that are ability restricted by getting them a dog, by doing the things that they do at Dogs and Tags. You can help us today by simply scanning the code that you see right there in Debbie's little holiday square or Hollywood square. Scan that code. Be part of our silent auction. Donate to our cause. Sponsor, help sponsor the show. Help us do the good that we're doing. We need your help. Please get involved with anything in every way you can. I got my tongue in my mouth. I don't need yours. Thank you. Oh, God, I don't know what you're eating, but it's awful. That was unnecessary, baby girl. Wow. Sorry about that. That was a little gross. But I want to say, first off, Debbie, thank you for joining us. Thank you for everything that you've done. You've again been a wonderful guest. How do people get a hold of you?
The best way is if you put there you go, LinkedIn, or the email address, or the phone number.
Yep.
That's fine. Yeah.
Okay. And yeah, Paula, I'm sorry. I did completely blow this one. I really did. Can you give us an overview on Dogs and Tags?
Yeah, Zach, that's okay. Dogs and Tags is a nonprofit. We were started in 2015. Our goal is to give people, not just veterans, anybody that is diagnosed with PTSD, a service dog at our rock bottom prices. Although at this point we don't have enough funding coming in to give our dogs for free. We try to make it as affordable for anybody as we possibly can. Service dogs are normally $20,000 to $60,000. We give our clients their service dogs for $1,500 to $5,000, depending on if they wanted to go the slow, cheaper route or the fast track, more expensive route. The most they'll pay is $5,000. We cross-train our dogs to help individuals with not only their PTSD, but any other medical issues they may need assistance with, such as diabetic alert. A lot of people have problems with their hearing after coming out of the military. So noise alert, picking things up, mobility assistance, TBIs. We do seizure alert. We do things for people.
Oh no.
It's amazing to see how these animals are changing people's lives. They are saving people's lives. I can tell you that I have saved at least 20 individuals from committing suicide by simply giving them a dog. It is an amazing transformation. It gives these individuals their lives back. No more staying home because they don't want the hypervigilance. No more having a spouse for a service dog. They have service spouses. I don't go anywhere without my wife, or I don't go anywhere without my husband. They're my service animal. Let's give these people their independence. And, we want to really give back to our military as well. That is our biggest goal, is to make it free for our veterans. They've been out there. They've served their country. Let's give them what they need. Let's not shove medications down their throats. Let's give them a dog.
That's right. Well, I want to thank every single one of you for joining us. Every single one of you have brought something special to this program, and I cannot thank you enough. So Debbie, thank you. Paula,
Thank you.
Candace, thank you both so very much. And we've got to get together soon. We're only about 45 minutes apart, so we got to get together soon. And Taki, brother, thank you. Thank you for your wise words. Thank you for your participation. Please make sure we get everybody involved. Share the QR code out. Let's help these programs like Dogs and Tags. Let's make sure that we can try to get more dogs to these individuals who need them, not just vets, everyone. Let's try to get them the dogs that they need to have a normal life. Coming up at as soon as we take our real quick 3-minute break, we're going to be bringing on the web detective, who focuses a lot on disabilities and how he can help your company stay compliant with ADA and everything that they do. So again, Debbie, Paula, Candace, Taki, thank you very much for your participation, and I look forward to working with all of you more.
Thank you, Zach, and we hope that we could get support today. We want to grow. We want to help more people. All we need is a little bit of help.
That's right.
You know, and thank you for taking the time with us. And we're happy to answer any questions, any concerns, anytime. Just give us a call, send us an email, whatever you need to do, we're here to help.
That's good. And if you need
I just wanted to put my plug in for my site is connectedministry.org, or you can get my business card, which is my name, Taki Hicks, spelled TAQUEEHICKS.com. Those two websites will give you all the information that I have to offer, as well as connecting and getting access to my book, as well as the community that goes with that book, to bring people together and to support causes like this, so we can all connect and make a difference.
I appreciate it. So thank you all very much, and we will talk to you guys very, very soon, okay?
Yeah, thank you.
Again, amazing. Three different groups, 3 different things, one mission. We're supporting people who served our country. We're supporting people who feel difficult times, who go through difficult times, who are having issues. So we will be starting here again in just a minute. About 3 minutes and 50 seconds. I got to get up and walk around and make sure that my legs that are now fully asleep start working again. We are starting hour 9 already, hour 9. So, hey, I'm working overtime. It's not really work. I'm annoying overtime. How's that? So, but we're going to keep this up. We've still got an hour or 2 to go. Yeah, somewhere around there. You know, another 12 hours. but you know what? The stories that we're hearing, the quality of the people who have joined us this year, it's just impeccable, and I'm thrilled to be doing this once again. So, but I want one more time, I really want to give thanks to everyone who's participated and everyone who's still to come. So from me to you, for allowing me to do what we're doing, please scan the QR code. You can really help out a lot of organizations. You're going to meet another one of those organizations as soon as we get back from this quick 3-minute break. Again, thank you for everything that you are doing. Thank you for sharing the stories, and thank you for supporting the community mission to serve our veterans. I hit the wrong thing, so hold on just a minute. Yep, the mind is the first thing to go, and I'm losing mine. So, but here we go. Thank you for participating in the community mission to serve our veterans. And again, thank you for everything or anything that you guys are doing. Thank you for participating. Thank you for look. This is turned out so far to be the best one yet. And that's really hard because the other ones were so good. The other ones, look, every single one of them, I guess they're kind of like my kids. You know, I'm going to love every single one of them for some reason. And another thing is that, boy, they're tiring. I mean, they're wonderful. Tiring. What am I, a rookie at this? So welcome all to hour 9 of the community mission to serve our veterans. Yeah, just received a bit of personal bad news, and it's kind of on topic. I got a father who right now is suffering with a very, very serious problem. And he just went to go and try to get it fixed. And of course, they're not taking his insurance. My father was a Vietnam era vet. He wasn't in Vietnam. He was in Berlin at the time. But he can't get he left here in a walker because he couldn't walk, and he can't get fixed. He can't get the surgery right now. It's so aggravating sometimes, and I think this is one of the reasons why we've got to find a way to get around this. So yeah, like I said, this is just a little infuriating for me because, you know, I love the man, but you know, it sure would be nice if we could figure out this whole VA process and all the insurance things that are going on. We have lost our connection to my LinkedIn page. Hopefully we'll get that back up, but we're going to be bringing on 3 guests at the same time this hour because I really want to make sure that we get them all on. First, the first one to join us is another one of our wonderful mission partners that we are talking to and that we're trying to help. She runs a program that it focuses on women veterans, which is something that I was trying desperately to make sure that we had this out there, because look, women are going to have different needs, and we need to make sure that we're honoring those needs. So I'm proud to introduce Siobhan Cunningham. How are you doing, sweetheart?
Hi, Zach. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. I'm so happy to be here. Thank you.
Well, I absolutely am thrilled that you were able to make it. Our next participant on the for me it's 11 o'clock holiday, or God, I said that again. Hollywood Squares is a really good friend of mine, brother in the Giving Partners, Mr. Trevor Web Detective Gibbs. How you doing, sir?
Doing very well, thank you. How about yourself?
That's a classy hat you got going there.
Well, you know, if you go by the Web Detective, you've got to look like this guy over here, haven't you, really? Yeah. So, otherwise, you know, how else do you think that I'm known as the Web Detective?
Yeah, well, there you go. You know what? I need to go and grab my prospector's hat.
Go for it.
You know? Yeah, I don't think it'll go with the tie. So,
no,
and then also,
probably won't.
Yeah, and then also joining us is a good friend. I talked to him a couple times. He's got a great story to share with us, Mr. Eric Maxwell. How are you doing, brother?
Hey, Zach, I'm doing well. I appreciate you guys having me on, and look forward to the conversation.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to have you here. I'm glad to have you part of this mission. So we are 9 hours in, and every story that we've heard today is just, again, there are some sad parts to every story, but then the outcomes are, look, we're looking for that positive outcome. And so we're going to be talking together and find out if we can come up with any way that we can support other people. So Siobhan, let's start with you. Can you please tell us a little bit about empowering women veterans? Or empower women veterans, I'm sorry.
Oh, yes. I hope you can hear me okay. Yes. That's okay, Zach. I hope you can hear me okay. It's saying my internet connection is a little unstable. I am here in Alaska and we're going through a bit of interesting weather, so bear with me. Empower Women Veterans started because I was a social work officer in the Air Force. And then when I got out, I'm still doing therapy in the community, both with veterans and active duty and their families. And one thing I noticed was that there are a lot of issues that women were not necessarily interested in talking about in a setting where there were men present. And I know this from firsthand experience because I did treatment in inpatient settings. I've participated in being a peer support leader for other veterans. And I did know.
Oh, no. Hopefully we'll get her to come right back on. Eric, let's talk a little bit about who you are. Give us a little bit of a background, please.
Yeah, sure. So my name's Eric Maxwell. Spent the last 20 years in the Marine Corps in MARSOC, the Marine Special Operations unit within the Marine Corps. Looking at retiring now, and really starting my own business that focuses on wellness and mental health. Initially, looking at some of the struggles in the military that I had, but quickly realized that this goes beyond just military personnel. It's a national issue, and so really I'm focusing on coaching wellness, and doing so through leadership, servant leadership. And I believe that, leadership has a big part of our workforce culture, and has a huge impact on the employee wellness.
Well, I know that you've got a lot of irons in the fire, and so we're glad to have you with us. We've got Siobhan who's joined us again. We lost you there right in mid-sentence, but if you want to go on ahead and continue, we just met Eric a little bit, and then we'll get to the web detective right after that.
Oh, yes. So while I am a therapist in training, the Empower Women Veterans is not necessarily a therapy movement, a mental health movement. It's more about normalizing in general trauma education. Everyone experiences traumatic events, no matter what. It's just a part of life. So a lot of my history is in trauma, and I figured out a way to explain it in a way that is not as that is more empowering. And so Empower Women Veterans helps with getting that education out there through Armed with Ambition podcast. And then we have an online community where we can provide a space for that maybe address some of the issues that
Okay, well, I welcome you. Yeah, unfortunately, you're a little unstable with the internet, but we're going to work with it. We need to hear as much from you as possible. We really want to get your story out there. So, Trevor, my friend, you and I have been connected now for over 3 years. You do a lot for the people who are in the world of differently abled, with impediments due to something that has happened or birth. First off, tell us a little bit about what you do. And then I'm going to ask you a question I don't think I've ever asked you before. Why?
Why? Okay. Maybe I'll start with that one. I always like to do things that
What did you think I was going to ask you? What the hell happened to your hair? Is that what you're No.
You've already asked that one, and it's the same thing that happened to yours.
Yeah. It's running south for the winter.
Exactly. You see, look, it's all here.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
I can grow it vertically down. It's just vertically up is the problem.
Vertically enabled.
You're vertically enabled, or unabled at the moment. So no, the why. Well, a lot of people have asked me this, and most of it always comes down to the individual. You know, if you've got a heart to help somebody, and somebody pointed this out to me a little while back, says you've been a carer for disabled parents. You've always looked out for people. You've helped people that people just pass by on the street. Why is that? And I'm like, I don't know. Is it a Christian thing to do? Is it a humanity thing to do? And I'll come down on the humanity side first and foremost, because I think if you start going other routes, it's not. If you've got a good heart, a big heart, it doesn't matter. You can help everybody, and that's where I do that. I love to make sure that everybody's doing it the right way. I'm a little bit of a stickler for the rules, but I do it in a nice way. You know, I'm very analytical, as you know. I've got to dot my I's and cross my T's for those who have crossed their I's and dotted their T's. You know, it does it mean the same thing? Yes. But when it comes down to, are you going to get in trouble? That's where I'm here to help. I'm to try to alleviate you getting into trouble. So that's the main reason why. What do I do? Well, today I go by the Web Detective. The Web Detective is primarily here to help to look after your brand and service your brand, because everybody here today, we're online. Everybody's going to Google check you. And we want to know that the person that we're checking with, and if it's like Eric or Siobhan or even yourself, Zach, I'm going to Google verify you. And if I can't get a good impression, why am I going to give you the two most important things in my life that's going to affect anybody else's life? The first one is time. How do you expect me to share time with you? And if I like you, and I've built up that reputation of trust, I may actually give you money too. I'm not saying why I'm going to give you money, but the reason is they're the two main reasons that anybody on this earth needs help. Is because we need somebody caring, somebody who's got some time, and hopefully they can back that up in a financial sense, whether it's we purchase something for them or we donate to a charity who's doing it on our behalf. So I've been a marketer for 24 years now. And I found that the most rewarding is to help those small businesses with challenges that they may be unaware of, but also people with a form of disability where they need access to information. Everything's online. I make sure that information is accessible.
You know, we talk quite often, Trevor, about how it makes sense to make sure that everybody can access your website. As a business owner, why would you want somebody to come to your website and go, well, I can't look the movement on the screen, I can't watch it because it is, it's difficult for me to look at. So I'm going to go to their competitors. Why would you not do something about that to not only make it available to them, but to maintain that sale? I mean, why would you not make that extra effort? Oh, and by the way, potentially save yourself a lot of money from unscrupulous lawyers out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't want to get into that one. Well, if you think about it, it's the biggest failing that most people make when they're doing a website or advertising is biased content. It was either written for you or written by you. It wasn't written for the people that you intended to serve. That's part of the biggest problem. That's why you don't do it. So if we were to look at a motion picture and it's got a fish tank with bubbles in it, some of us are just going to sit here and look at those bubbles all day long. Now, okay, I love looking at bubbles. It's relaxing. But, oh, what happened? Shiny squirrel ran across the screen. But some of us can lose attention very quickly. Now, if we have a website that is distracting, and I'm there and I've got a limited amount of time, I may become frustrated. I may become annoyed to the point that, let me leave. Let me go to a competitor. That might be a very simple reason to do it. Might be font size. It might be coloring. Might just be poorly written content.
The
Now,
font.
The
The
font
font is
size.
the big one that I see problems with a lot of times.
Yeah. And the reason why business owners might not do that, because they haven't thought beyond themselves, first of all, because the wording is wrong. But let me put this stat in there for you. Why would you dismiss a community that spends around $460 billion a year online? There is one other group who actually spend more than that. And I'll mention those because they can actually help us. In fact, they don't spend the money. They're influencers. They're called teenagers. They tell their parents what to spend the money on. But the second largest group, and I'm concerned they are the first major group that spends money, is the disability community. Because when we think about that, it's not just somebody maybe sat in a wheelchair, which is the obvious thing we think about disability. It could be somebody, migraines is debilitating. Old age can be debilitating, especially when it's come to a website content and information. Now you think about, well, every one of us at some point is going to come to the point where we need some extra assistance. If I have the option to go to your website and change the parameters so it suits my style, my preferences, I'm going to be engaged with you because you as a business owner have actually said, welcome all. I've given it a style in which I like to present and color my website. But if you don't like it, don't go away. Remove the color, change the font sizes.
Yeah.
Give people options. That tells people you want to engage with them. We can't say, if I dislike color blindness, well, if I can't see red, does that mean I'm going to go away? No, all right, sorry about that. But I can't accommodate everybody, but I accommodate you all if you just take the selection and choose what you want. And the one thing I've noticed being the non-American here today is that America is full of choices. So let's give people choices.
I love it. Siobhan, I got a question for you. Okay, from what you just heard and what Trevor's trying to do, make everything accessible and acceptable even. What can we do to empower women in any way when it comes to businesses?
Yeah, I think that I don't think necessarily anyone serves so they with the expectation of being thanked for their service. However, there is an assumption that if a woman did serve, they may not have done combat or they may not have been in very challenging situations. So instead of just simply thanking a veteran, any veteran really, for their service, why not take a next step and ask, oh, did you tell me about your service? What did you do? And see how that might feel, or just ask more about that service, because I think that's often part of that invisible population. And if you want to gain trust from a person who might have served in general, it's nice to show an interest in their potential service, but do it in a way that's conversational, because not everyone's experience is, a reflection of what you may think it is when you think of it. Everyone's experience is different. So just as everyone's experience with their disability is different, everyone's experience in the service is different.
Yeah. Eric, what are you working for? And you are on the cyber. So you're on security, right? You're working towards security. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Yeah. No. Everything that I'm working on right now is towards employee wellness and leadership. And really,
geez.
Yeah.
I've talked to a person or two, but yeah. What are some of the biggest complaints that you're hearing when it comes to, maybe somebody is having trouble readjusting or getting into websites or getting into companies, and they're having complaints and they're not feeling like they're being shown enough respect, or they're just having even difficulties understanding it.
Yeah, I mean, for the military people out there, that's a big issue always, because we've, especially those, I've been doing it for 20 years. That's my whole life, right? And we know a certain culture, we know a certain lingo, and so now when you're looking to businesses, how can I relate to whatever content's on that website? I don't understand half of the business terminology that they use, and so for me, going the opposite way now, and I think Trevor kind of talked about it, is I've got to think about, who is my audience? How are they going to receive what I'm saying? Am I using too many military acronyms and jargon that not the average person is going to understand? And so I think it's just communication and culture.
What do we and is that more of an issue when, like, a civilian goes to work with veterans and they start to talk and then it gets frustrated because the civilian doesn't understand the lingo? And is there really a way to change that? Because I guess it's kind of like, if I'm talking about hockey to somebody who's never watched the game,
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm going to use terms that they're going to sit there and what the hell's a slew foot?
Yeah, it's a good question, because I don't know that. No, I mean, you're right. Everyone has cultures, even microcultures within organizations, and so I think, to me, I like to keep things very simple, but it just comes down to being a good human being. Like acknowledging that everyone's different. I know in a lot of civilian organizations, there's a stereotype of military people that, they come in and they're very rigid and they just want to yell at everybody, but everyone has their own experiences. Everyone has their own culture. And, you just have to understand yourself, first of all, and then, how you can get along and communicate with the other people on wherever they're at in their journey.
That's great. And I beg of all three of you, if you all have any questions, let's turn this into like the round table now. And let's make sure that we ask any questions of anybody. So does anybody have a question for someone?
Yeah, I'll go.
Yeah.
Shabbat, I'm very interested in your empowering women project that you're working on. And so, specifically for the veterans, are you offering coaching services? Are you offering, other means of support to these women that are looking for, whatever that may be, empowerment for them?
Yes. Right now I have the Armed with Ambition podcast. Thank you, Eric, for asking. I'm in partnership with Military Veterans in Journalism, help support the funding. And so the focus on the Armed with Ambition podcast, it's on my YouTube channel at Empower Women Veterans. And right now we're talking more about trauma education and understanding, making meaning out of life. And then the companion to that is the Empower Women Veterans Patreon community. And it's at an affordable price. And that's what the money we're raising here is for, to help provide scholarship for members who want to join and maybe cannot afford to join and want to try it out. And so in there, you have access to me. Again, I have over 20 years of mental health experience. I'm a military veteran myself, and I'm an Army brat. So I'm very ingrained in the community. It is my community. And I just wanted a safe space for women to come and be able to maybe touch on some things that may be stopping them from having that successful business, feeling the same level of achievement that they may have felt when they were active duty, and then also being around people who understand the culture and the lingo, but also maybe it's not their experience as a civilian or as a veteran is not necessarily the same as a man who served or someone else who served. So that access to me, it's still an evolving community, but I'm in there and you can have access to me if you join the Patreon.
Yeah, no, that's huge. I mean, especially the work you do with trauma and, you know, supporting kind of their self-actualization. You know, I found in you know, my own personal experiences, and then, you know, everything that I've been doing in the wellness space is, you know, overcoming the trauma is kind of the first step to, like, you know, finding that fulfillment to yourself and, you know, that self-actualization. So it's outstanding.
Thank you. I feel a little embarrassed because my website is up and I have the web detective on here.
No judgment.
well, it's okay. You just passed because you got a hat like mine. Look at that.
There you go. Siobhan, what is the biggest block for women to talk about some of their issues that they may be having?
You know, I find this consistent with because right now I'm working with a lot of soldiers, and I call it men and women, and I call it the leaky box. When we're active duty, we're so good at compartmentalizing, and even as military children, we learn to compartmentalize because we reflect what our parents do, which is usually a lot of that compartmentalization, holding in your emotions, and oftentimes big explosive arguments. But that's a different topic. And so it call it the leaky box. We think, or when we're active duty, we believe that box that we're compartmentalizing things are made of steel, when in fact they're just normal cardboard boxes and they wear and tear over time and all that stuff starts to ooze out. And we're functioning on the idea that no, we have a steel box, but the box was never meant to be made of steel. And if it was actually steel, there would be more issues, right? It's too heavy to move. How do you get it open? So if it's a normal box, then it makes a little bit more sense that we're packing our emotions and our memories in something that was meant to be opened and explored and redistributed. And so this is what I mean by trauma education. We think that we watch movies like Jarhead or going back to Platoon, just all these war movies about how we're supposed to handle war. And it's not necessarily touching on, okay, how do we actually handle things? You know, there's the immediate time when we come back, and then not everyone has trauma only related to war and military service. And so it really is just understanding that everybody has their stuff, everyone has it packed in some box. Let's figure out how to unpack and sort it.
Okay. And is there anybody else who wants to ask any questions real quick?
Go ahead, Siobhan, please.
Yes. So you mentioned the Disabilities Act and having to change your website so that it's easily accessible for someone. What resources are available for someone to know if they're on par with making that happen, or how they can get those features on their website so that it is more friendly to people who may have, you know, color blindness, vision issues, things that we haven't even thought of.
Yeah, it's a very good question. And because even though the ADA is 32 years old now, and now they've recently, over the last few years, to actually state that the ADA law does comply to websites, it's still relatively new on how to get a website accessible. Now, there's something called the Website Content Accessibility Guidelines. I think they're up to about 2.2, 2.1 at the moment. Now, those guidelines are really designed to help web developers and anybody else creating content online or building systems on how the system should be built. So business owners or anybody else should not have to go through the process of making what was made wrong correct. But because we're in that transition state, and I do hope that all future web developers actually take those guidelines and learn that first before they learn how to do one piece of coding, because we won't need lawsuits, we will not need plugins, we will not need outdated systems, and should we go to the wrong end of it, lawsuits that come in because either somebody's found a plugin from a web platform and it's out of date. You know, the biggest problem with this is keeping things up to date. So where would you go? Well, you could ask the web detective. If you've got a web designer, ask them what they do and ask them, do I have to pay for this service? And like everything in life, if they say, oh no, there's something free out there, stay away from it, because it's only going to bring you more trouble. The reason is most of the free things that you get are only up to the standards which changed either in 2001 or 2018. We're 5 years on. It's already changed twice since then. So if the web developer doesn't know much about it, find an expert who does. And usually if you do a little bit of research online, you can find companies who are selling solutions, but find the one that maybe offer professional help to do that. People that are going to maybe remediate documents online. That's very important. If they know how to remediate a document or think about videos, then you know this company or this person knows what's to be done. So that's probably the easiest generic way of finding something, but always seek out a professional, as professional as you can. And if you can't not do that, go the opposite end. Go to the law firms who are prosecuting and ask them, where would they recommend you go so that you don't have a lawsuit? Which companies are providing good service to avoid the lawsuits? So if you start from the opposite side, they should give you good advice, independent advice to who you should talk to or what companies are working well. Now, if you get to the company, they offer a solution, you don't know how to work with it or what to do with it, then you can reach out to your web developer or the third person to work with to actually help you as the business owner to integrate that into your systems. Does that help?
Yes, thank you. And then a web developer is different than like a web designer, or is that?
Yes.
Okay.
Just by the terminology of itself, a web developer codes. A web designer makes it look pretty. A web builder, which side of the fence do they come on? Well, they might say they do both. Well, they tend to design and put pieces of puzzle together to make a website. You need somebody who maybe knows how to change some coding on any of those platforms, even if you go to the free ones or the AI built ones. Now, AI is coming in. A lot of people will say, let AI build it, but it only builds what you know. It doesn't fill in the gaps of what you need to have as compliance. So the AI could be a solution to get something non-tangible into an electronic space and put it online. But if you haven't asked it the right questions about accessibility, you're still going to fail. And there's a lot of marketers out there who know a little bit of all this, but they don't look at the areas which is most important, and that's protecting the business. Many businesses, marketers and non-marketers, are there for one thing: self-gratifying in earning as much profit as possible. Non-profits tend to be looking after the people or the users that they support. So think about that also. Is it somebody who's willing to help people, or is it somebody that's out there driven by profit? And that might be another way for you to value who you work with or where you get your information from.
Yeah. Thank you for that, Trevor. I know that you had a question for someone.
Yes, and I'm just trying to think, when Siobhan was mentioning about compartmentalizing and considering that most people, when they think of veterans, they have to have served. And this just brings up something where I think, Zach, you were there yesterday and made the comment saying it's not just those who have served in combat that come out with scenarios where they need assistance, or they've been so conditioned, can I use the word conditioned, when being in the military, that when they're out of the military, though that basic training, if you think about it, why is it called basic training? Because we take young developing adults, condition them for a scenario which they may need to enter into, but we don't do basic training for when they're not in that scenario anymore. So now you're left to come out of a organization which is great for defense, but it's horrible for civil life. And unless we've all been through that, America is one of the most countries have this. They have a military force behind them, which is made up primarily by volunteers. But how many of us are actually serving war today? You know, World War I, World War II, the whole world was impacted at the same time. But somewhere around the world today, and we can probably name off 2 or 3 places right now, are actually in the state of war. But 97% of the world is not in war, but we all have military service. And we forget that because we're not served in the war doesn't mean we don't have a problem. We still have a problem, because it was that conditioning that we had built into us through the military organization that didn't consider how we cope afterwards. I'm not saying that there aren't solutions there today, because there are, but that is one of the biggest stumbling blocks. And that's why I admire what Siobhan said about when it comes to women, they don't think about women serving on the battlefield. Well, there are so many roles which they support. I just wanted to take my hat off to her and say thank you very much for doing that.
Hey, Eric, I'd actually kind of like to direct that at you real quick. What are some of the problems that individuals who don't see battle, what are some of the problems that they're having once they get out of service?
Yeah, no, that's a great problem. I mean, I think it probably, some of it starts in service. You know, a lot of especially during my generation coming up, you know, the big time in 9/11, and most everyone joined to be, you know, patriotic and serve and, you know, defend our country. Well, you know, depending on what your job was, some people never made it to fulfill that, you know, reason that they joined. And so a lot of them struggle with that even while in the military. You know, they didn't go to combat, and they didn't do what they, you know, thought was their role or why they joined. And so I think that's the first thing. But still, you know, it is like Trevor had talked about, you get conditioned with the culture. And, you know, luckily now I see a big shift in the military, and especially in my organization, of where we are trying to invest more in the mental health and wellness aspects, because we kind of realized, you know, that's another huge part, not just the training, like the holistic well-being. You have to be there mentally, physically, emotionally, you know, spiritually, all of that. But people do struggle with that. You know, those that haven't been to combat, they still struggle with those things. And I kind of, you know, I looked at it from the civilian workforce, you know, point of view. And it doesn't matter, you know, I've seen some awful things in combat, and yes, that affects everyone differently, but it doesn't matter if you've seen those atrocious, you know, things. You could go to work every day and have a bad boss. And,
Yeah.
you know, that stress, that continual compounding stress, it is the same effect on your body and mind as the horrors of war that you see, you know. So I agree with Trevor in that, you know, everyone has their own struggles. It doesn't matter, you know, if you've been in combat or not. It's just the human dynamic.
We've only got a little time left before the networking event starts for this year. Siobhan, kind of a loaded question here. What do we need to do better?
Talk, communicate, and not worry about what other people think. I struggled with that getting out of the military. I joined at 29. I was pretty much 30 when I joined. And I had my life pretty together. But because I was so worried about what a good officer is, what a good who I am in the uniform, I kind of lost who I was because I'm kind of a hippie and it doesn't really fit in with the military. And I had this like identity crisis while I was in, and then I had an identity crisis when I got out because I'm a high achiever. I basically got fired and then quit the Air Force. And I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to do now? And being afraid to talk about failure, even though I had like commanders who sit there and say like, yeah, you're great. If you fail and you bounce back, that's what's important. Okay, sir, but you're like a general. You obviously bounce back very well. It was just a lot of shame and guilt there. And once I went back to therapy, working with active duty, because I avoided it for a few years, active duty and veterans, I realized it's not just me. A lot of these people are having the same thoughts that I'm having, and no one wants to talk about it. So I'll put myself out there and be the one who looked like an idiot. And hopefully other people will feel better about talking about it and say like, what I went through maybe was horrible, but I survived, or it wasn't that bad. I can talk about it because she survived. And that's what I'm hoping ultimately everyone gets out of this, not just active duty, not just veterans, civilians, military families, supporters, and so on, is that you can talk about your mistakes. That's part of the healing process. That's part of the growth process. That's part of the learning process.
Yeah.
Well, thank you.
Could I jump in, Zach?
Yes.
I mean, because that's a huge thing that you just said, and something that I've had to learn on my journey as well is, and it ties back into the culture and some of the other things that we've talked about, and so far, is, I'm not this huge machismo tough guy, but like that is the culture that I've lived in for the last 20 years. Like we are those steel boxes that you talked about, Savon. And so like now, like having that vulnerability to say like, yeah, you know what? I'm hurting. Sometimes I cry, sometimes I'm not as strong as this big bad special operations guy, and going to somebody and saying I need help and talking to them, like that's something that has hugely helped me throughout this whole journey that I've been on. And really like you is what I want to give back to other people is like, especially the veterans that deal with this stuff is, hey, like we've been there, like it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to talk about this stuff. Like that's part of the healing process. But no, thanks.
I love it. I end each segment with one question, and that question is kind of fun. If I give you a magic wand that would make everybody work together on one thing, what would that be? Trevor, let's start with you.
I didn't know you were going to pick on me first.
Of course I'm going to pick on you first.
Yeah, you give everybody else time to think about it.
Damn straight.
Yeah, I know. So let me put it this way. What has been the most common answer so far?
Talk.
Yeah, I was going to say basically going to the first way. And Siobhan actually mentioned this, is communication. But maybe before communication, we should work on avoiding fear. Because most of us have fear at some point by sounding maybe not eloquent enough, might not be sounding knowledgeable enough, may not be sounding important enough. That is the fear that we all have. So I think before the communication, we should all be investing on removing fear to speak out.
Siobhan?
Oh, I would say I'm going to go back to what I said and stop worrying about what everybody else thinks. Like, if I had a magic wand, I would just like remove that concern from everyone's brain.
And Eric?
Yeah, I would honestly say, would give them something with the magic wand, and that's self-awareness. You know, I think everything kind of starts with that. And, you know, you got to know yourself, and, you know, and then you can interact with others based on, you know, that knowledge of yourself and how you are and portray yourself to others and interact with others.
Eric, when you said that you were going to give them something, I was really hoping you were going to say like a hot fudge sundae or something.
Yeah.
Sorry, Siobhan. I know you probably don't need one of those right now, but
No, I don't need one of those either. I'm trying to.
I'm a fat guy. I always need one. So
I always think of food, so I'm surprised I didn't say hot fudge sundae.
So hey, to the three of you, thank you so much for being part of this. I've really enjoyed it. And Trevor, you've been part of this for the last three. This is your third year with me, taking part of this. And this is honestly the conversations that we're having, the back and forth, the talking to each other. Siobhan, it's exactly what you said. You know, we're learning how to talk. We're learning what each other needs. And I think that is very important in finding answers. Because my biggest concern in all of this is, and Trevor, I mentioned this yesterday in that meeting, we've done a great job on finding a acceptable name for shell shock with PTSD. Yeah. We've been told for a long time that we found, you know, that we're doing so much better. Yet our suicide numbers are not showing that. Our suicide numbers are showing that there's a disconnect somewhere. And I think by talking, I think by communicating, and I think by giving self-worth, I think that those are three definite things that we can work on to shrink that number and actually make that difference, not just say we're making that difference. So I want to thank you three very much for your contribution in this. And everything that you guys have done to help me get this off the ground. Siobhan, how do people get a hold of you?
Yeah, the best way is to find at Empower Women Veterans on social. You can, I kind of have a goal to get my YouTube channel up and running. So that's where I would love to connect with people, watch some videos, but also call me. That's my actual cell phone number. So please, 561-573-6175. I tell people I get spam callers. I would love to get someone who actually wants to talk to me.
Hey, you know what, Siobhan, let's discuss what we can do to help you with your YouTube channel. I'd love to get you on the PAC channel and help share some of your stuff. So let's definitely talk about that. Eric, how do we get a hold of you?
Yeah, so I guess the easiest way would be going to the website, Visor Rising, VISIR Rising.com, and then the number is 910-833-1041. And I've got like Siobhan, I've got some things in the works with social media and stuff, and trying to get that all up and running. But right now, VisorRising.com is the best option.
That's great. And Mr. Web Detective.
Well, there's a few ways to do that. And like Eric and Siobhan, next year we'll actually have the Web Detective website ready for this. So therefore, you can get me there. But if you search for Trevor Gibbs, Web Detective, you'll find me on Facebook. You'll find me on LinkedIn and on Lineable. And as Zach's got on the screen, there are a couple of websites. Charity Revolution is something that I used to work with, which will be revamped. But the main one at the moment is just look at selectservicesllc.com. There's lots of buttons on there to connect with me, instant text message or whatever. And that's where you can probably find it. So if you haven't found me on social media, just think of a select service and llc.com and go to that contact page and you'll be connected. If not, ask Zach. He'll put you in contact with me.
Yep. And you can always find Trevor on our website, communitypayitforward.us. Thank you, all three of you. I would love to see you at the networking that's coming up right next. If you can, I know that everybody's a little busy, but if you can, join us. But thank you all three for contributing.
Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
All right. We'll talk to you all later. Thank you so much.
You take care.
Another another successful hour. That's what it was another successful hour. Join us at right now as we switch over to the Brady Bunch and we join Rocky and the crew over on the Brady Bunch, and we do a little bit of networking together. Let's get people knowing about our companies, and let's have some fun together. But we're going to go on ahead and we're going to switch over. We're gonna go on ahead and we're gonna switch over to the next segment on the YouTube. But as soon as we do that, we will be right there.